Good morning, everyone. My name is Marcin Liana. I'm NCN Deputy Director, and it's my real pleasure to open the second day of our EOSC conference, our EOSC Festival. Yesterday, we've heard very nice and very important information. We witnessed panel meetings, discussions about open science, about challenges and possible solutions. And today we will continue our meeting. We'll have two sessions. First, devoted to funding for open science, and second, devoted to infrastructures. So I'm sure that today we will also hear and see very nice and important presentations and discussions with our distinguished guests. Our online participants and here participants inside, please enjoy the second day of our festival. Natalia?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us again on the second day, and those who are joining us for the first time, welcome to the EOSC Festival, which is the tripartite national event for EOSC and open data commons in Europe. Yesterday, as Marcin said, we had challenging discussions and presentations that really nicely brought us to the today's panels. So we will start at 10:10 with Funding for Open Science panel. It will be very European panel because we will present an overview on the ways and structural solutions to fund the open science in Europe, but also we will show the challenges in funding open science and EOSC, aiming at sustaining EOSC and open science within the European Union. The second panel will be about infrastructures, and this panel will present a Polish landscape of infrastructures, which in fact we are already contributing to EOSC for many years. So hopefully you will be able to share our good practices and use cases that will be presented during this panel. And the infrastructures panel will start 12:15. So you are also very welcome to join it in the afternoon. So for the moment, we are inviting you for a very short break, and we will see each other once again at 10:10 a.m. So see you later in a minute. Good morning after the break. I hope you are ready for the challenge of founding for open science. But this is the topic of this morning session. And I have a great pleasure to welcome the representatives of many national agencies, European Commission and non-for-profit organizations who will present us their structural solutions and proposals for those who would like to implement open science solutions, including EOSC. So let me introduce the speakers of today's session. First of all, I would like to welcome Christian Cuciniello, representative of European Commission, working for the Directorate General Research and Innovation and Open Science Unit. Christian has long-standing experience in open science and in EOSC, as well as a contact point. Let me introduce and welcome Mathieu Girard from the French National Research Agency, who is coordinator for CRIS ERA, but also he's the coordinator of the FLAG ERA European projects. Let me introduce our guest in the studio, because we have today a studio format. Alicja DeLong, who is the representative of National Science Center Poland. Alicja is Senior Officer for International Relations, but also Polish lead for CRIS ERA. Patricia Clark, who is the representative of Health Research Board, Ireland. And Patricia is the manager of EU programs and projects, but also national delegate for health. And last but not least, let me welcome Sergio Andreozzi, the representative of EGI, Advanced Computing for Research Foundation, our representative of non-for-profit organization working in the field of open science. And the chair of the session will be myself, so I'm really proud to be able to chair and have the opportunity to discuss this burning issue with so many experienced experts from the European and Polish perspective. So let me give the floor first to Patricia Clark from the Health Research Board Ireland, who is the manager of the EU programs and policies and the national delegate for health. Patricia, the floor or the screen is yours. Bardzo krótko, teraz jest wyjątkowo długo, bo Patrycja mnie nie widzi, prawda? Znaczy nie słyszy mnie, ani nie widzi w tej chwili. Czy widzi mnie? Bo możemy jej pokazać, że nie słyszymy. A możecie napisać gdzieś na czacie? No nie, ale nie zobaczy. We have some problems. We have a problem with the voice, with the sound, Patricia. Unfortunately, we have a problem with the sound, so could you give us a second, but also check on your side if you are muted or if there is another problem? Just a second, because we are just waiting for the...
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Patricia Clark from the Health Research Board in Dublin. We're a national funding agency under the Department of Health, and we fund applied biomedical, clinical research, population health, and health services research. And we cover an international role within the unit that I'm based. So I cover the Horizon Europe health cluster agenda, and also work in the policy sphere. I just wanted to bring you through the HRB approach to open science, and where our data agenda and EOSC agenda fits in. So we've traditionally mandated open access to publications, and in 2016 we kickstarted a discussion on open science, conversation with our funders and our researchers in Ireland. So at that stage we invited Barent Mons, the then chair of the EOSC expert group, to Dublin to come and talk to us. And from that we've kick-started a number of activities. So just listed here some of them, so you can see how it's built kind of over the years. It's been a very long process, lots of resource from the HRB to get involved in this agenda. And it's only from 2020 that we actually have a dedicated policy on sharing and managing research data. I'm not going to go into the details here, but I will give you an insight into some of them, some of the examples later on. So looking at where we actually fit this agenda within our strategy, we're now at the stage where, as an organisation, we have embedded openness and transparency within our actual organisational strategy from 2021 to 2025. Within this, we wanted to ensure that the HRB funded research can have the greatest possible impact. So we have included things like openness, transparency, reproducibility, acceleration of knowledge and its application, interoperability across domains, and discoverability, accessibility and reusability, so that there's less research waste and we work more efficiently. Within our strategy, we have a specific objective that's dedicated to this agenda. And within that agenda, I've listed here just some of the actions and activities that we feel span the whole of the HRB, but yet are relevant to today's agenda. So they include things like looking at national applied data infrastructure, being an active partner in EU initiatives, developing the HRB national health information systems that we support on behalf of the department. Looking at our data evidence and data and how that informs sort of national agendas like drugs and alcohols, and then looking at health research and data in Ireland to make sure that it's fair and open. So again, just drilling down into the detail, this agenda kind of splits up into two different objectives. One is on promoting the secondary use of data, social care data, for planning, policy, research and innovation. And within that, we have a number of activities that we've undertaken. The other area is on the national leadership in developing more impact through fair, managed and open data. So again, you can see that we have an agenda under this side of the house. So I'd have to say, for initially, we've spent most of 2021 actually focused on the secondary reuse of data, and that's kind of preparing our national system for how we actually work with data, looking at the European Health Data Space through the TDIS joint action under the Public Health Programme, making the case for national legislation in Ireland that would help on reuse of research, and putting in place some pilot and new governance structures like the COVID-19 Data Research Hub, to look at how we can work within the existing structures and within our statistical legislation, and also putting in place calls for secondary data analysis within our system, so people can apply for funding to actually reuse data sets that already exist, and do research with those data sets. We've also moved to get involved in some newer projects like the Digital Europe Federated Genomics Data Infrastructure Award. I think that'll be very useful for us going forward. On the national leadership side of things, as I say, we have our research data management and sharing policy in place now from 2020. We've started to budget in HRB awards for research, and we also look at how we actually publish or disseminate our research with linked data. Part of this, we're also involved at a national level in chairing the National Open Research Steering Group, and I'll come back to that later. Just one of the European Open Science projects that I'd like to flag is the involvement in the high-level committee with the Fair's Fair group, which has been really excellent for Ireland. Just looking at a bit more detail on our research data management sharing policy. This was a key development for us, and it came after years of work. So we mandated research data management and sharing from January 2020 from all new calls. It's aligned with the FAIR principles. We have a DMP requirement in that, where we've aligned to the Science Europe DMP guidelines. We use DMP online from the Digital Curation Centre. We include a declaration from the host institution that people are working with data stewards or experts within their host institutions. And there is a desire to implement this at a national level. A further example I just wanted to highlight was our HRB Open Research Publication Platform. I mean, for us, this was key in getting out to the system and actually supporting the researchers to link their data to their publications. So this is the equivalent of the European Open Science Platform run by the Commission. We work with all of our researchers and have a wide eligibility to include people who are linked into a research community rather than linked to grants. What this does is it has open peer review, so the peer review reports are DOI-able and transparent. The data from the research publications is linked to the publication, and we support our researchers to prepare data availability statements to look at where their data should be deposited if it's not in a repository already. There are data guidelines associated to that, an open data policy, and it endorses the FAIR data principles. Just to have a look at the relevant national and EU policy agendas that we hit on. I mean, the landscape is extremely complex at the moment and things are very fast moving. We do spend quite a lot of time in the HRB trying to sort of navigate through the different policies, looking at how they sort of interact and how they interact with our national systems that are in play at the moment. So we see very much the agendas on the European strategy for a data-enabled future, the digital transformation of healthcare and the healthcare transformation and health system strengthening agenda in Ireland, and see this as a critical time to bridge those areas that have traditionally worked separately, but can be actually brought together to give us sort of a modern, trusted data system that works for us as a funder and also as a healthcare provider. Flag again the TDIS, the Joint Action on the Towards European Health Data Space. I mean, for us, that has been fantastic exercise. We have been involved from the HRB. We've been involved in the working groups on TDIS. We've been involved in a country visit, which has been extremely useful to bring that coordination element in Ireland to look at where the systems are and to reflect on what is needed to be active in the European health data spaces as we go forward. I would say that is really our key engagement in the European health agenda. There are other ones like the peer and support action. Again, we're involving people to apply through the Horizon. We've put in place things like the proof of concept for data infrastructure for Ireland, which is coming to fruition shortly. And we're involved in a number of e-health actions at a European level that have been very good. We're very practical, I suppose, in the heat. One of the things that we do is we like to actually test things out and pilot and try them. So we did that with our open publication platform. We also worked during COVID to look at Ireland's COVID data hub. So put in place a structure that used the existing health research declaration consent committee or national ethics committees to work through the statistical legislation that was in place, and there's a lot of lessons learned for that and how we actually take that forward for the next years. I also just want to flag the initiative at a national level, which is being led at the moment by Dr. Daniel Bankert from the National Open Science Coordinator. We came on board in 2027 to co-chair a steering group that would bring together an open research discussion at a national level. And the first phase of work with this was to set up a sort of a national framework for a transition for Ireland to open research. Daniel then came on board. We got funding from the department to set up a national coordinator and has really taken this forward in leaps and bounds. So since 2020, there's been work on a national action plan for open research and the development of national working groups in 5 strategic areas. Just to give you I suppose a direction to some of the outputs from the National Open Research Forum. 90 plus stakeholders involved directly in these working groups and the steering committee and side funders committee as well. There's the national framework. There's a national landscape report, which a very detailed report into where things are at the moment. There have been policy briefs for each of the 5 strategic areas, and we're just about to fund or to launch our national action plan. So this national plan will focus on 3 key areas. It will run from 2022 to 2030. It looks at establishing a culture of open research, looks at the open access to publications agenda and the fair research and other research outputs agenda. Alongside that, there has been a recent call for an open research fund through the National Forum, which will fund sort of initial work in 5 key areas. And really that'll come on board in the next month, I would say. So thank you very much. Just want to leave you with that and to give you some details if anybody wants to know anything more about the HRB approach or the National Open Research Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Obviously, we have many questions. I have noted already half of the page, but we will leave most of the questions for the later when we are all together and all the presentations are done. I am absolutely amazed and also fascinated by the idea to establishing the culture of open research by 2030, because I really would like to know, your know-how, because this is what we, I think, all would like to approach by 2030. And yesterday we had many discussions about changing the research culture. So it would be very interesting to hear, what are your activities to achieve it within several years, which is, I think, very essential to all of us, because if we change the culture, I think open science will become new normality. So maybe could you just briefly come back to this point? I think we have some delays. Sorry, once again, Patricia. Sorry, we have a delay here with the sound and with the picture. Okay, yes, now you can speak.
Yeah, so within the HRB, we have signed up to the Reform of Research Assessment. We're signature of DORA, so we work within our grants. So we don't ask for impact factor for our grants. We use the payback framework to monitor the outputs and the impacts of the research that we fund. We're trialing the use of a narrative CV for you. So there are many, I suppose, initiatives that are taken by different people across the system on how we actually will change our culture for research. We have a national open research forum. We also have a national research integrity forum, and we're quite keen to work together with those two and see how they're linked. So there is, you'll see in our national action plan, whenever it is officially published, that we have a serious work plan laid out for the next couple of years and a couple of activities in each. So even things like the establishment of a network of national data stewards within our institutions. I mean, we've already piloted some work with that, and we did some early work with the Go Fair. Sorry, somebody else tried to get. We did some early work with the Go Fair international office, where we took people from different institutions who worked with health research calls, and they went over to Leiden for a week and networked, got some training, came back and established a pilot network, and that's been expanded now to include additional players throughout the system. So people are working to the same consistent approach, looking at the gaps that are there and how they can be filled, and trying to address the same questions consistently. So sorry, I didn't see your discussion yesterday.
No, that's no problem, but it will be available later on as well to watch. But the question is like, and how about the researchers? What's their attitude? Because yesterday we were also talking about fear, stereotypes. So how about Ireland? In general, I know it's a quite of generalization, because in our case it's the same. Obviously, there will be enthusiasts and will be skeptic. There will be fears. But how about Ireland? How about Irish researchers?
Yeah, God, Ireland's no different from anywhere else. I mean, I think with our open publication platform, I think that's been extremely useful for us, because it's built-in support for the researchers. So we tend we work together with people, so that system that actually and look at how we can learn as a funder, as well as how we work with the researchers. So for our open publication platform, it allowed us to have to go out into the system and actually talk to researchers about why we were doing, why we were taking these initiatives, what we wanted to achieve, why it was important to do them, and how we could actually do it. So a lot of the time, we like to include sort of the how to do things, and how we can actually support people to do them. So our partners in HRB Open Research have met with over 50 teams and had 50 meetings, clusters and different institutions, and actually spoke to people about why data should be attached to public, it could actually do it, how it could be reused, how to do things well, and to listen to the problems and bring them back and see was there anything else that we can do. So it's kind of provided us with a vehicle to actually go research institutions and actually talk to people about things. It's not easy, and we see particularly, I suppose we're particularly keen to make sure that nobody and that we'll have a particular emphasis on looking at sort of different groups of people and see, you know, that nobody's left behind. But really, we're just working with this as part of the actual research system itself.
And do you have identified, like, let's say, intermediaries or agents at the universities? Like in Poland, for example, we have coordinators for open access or open science. We have data stewards, you know, trying to have someone working at the university level.
We identified people within each of our, within the HRB, we work to host institutions, so we contract with host institutions. I don't know how it works in Poland, but so within our host institutions, first of all, we have a host institution approval policy. So the institutions apply to actually be eligible to hold research funding from the HRB. So we have an application process where the researchers go, or the research institution at an institutional level, they've kind of told us about the structure that's in place. So we've set our expectations, I suppose, in our general terms and conditions, and the policies that we follow, and then our institutions actually tell us how they're going to meet those. So that's been really useful exercise to see that all documented and to give us time to actually talk to our institution at an institutional level. Within our researches, I mean, two things we've done, I suppose. When we brought in our policy, we looked at and before our policy was even in place, we looked at networking the experts in the institution. So that would mostly be in libraries, or it could be in the research offices, but trying to identify those people. And we don't have a strong data stewardship network at the moment in Ireland. It's difficult to actually find those people and even to place them within institutions and to fund those posts. So we networked the people that were there existing and looked at upscaling them and bringing them all together. And then we put in the certification step just to look at making sure that because those people were in place, that they would actually be not use, but facilitate the researchers. Sometimes we found that with our data management plans, they may not even have consulted with the experts in the institution. So we wanted to make sure that that step was in place. And I think that, I mean, again, it's an ongoing process, but we will relook at our DMPs down the line. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this contribution and for short discussion between us at the moment. But now we will move to another panelist, and we will come back to the discussion later on. Thank you, Patricia. It was excellent. Now I would like to invite Christian Cuciniello. Hopefully I pronounce it well. The representative of European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, an open science expert, and a person experience in collaboration with EOSC. So, Christian, the screen is yours. Can you hear us? Christian, we cannot. Can you hear us? Because Christian? Can you hear us? Christian, unfortunately, Christian, we unfortunately have no contact at the moment. I think it is frozen. The screen is frozen, right? Okay. I think we will need some time to fix this technical problem. Sergio, can I ask you to take the screen? Sergio Andriosi from EGI Advanced Computing for Research Foundation. I think, hello, Sergio. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you.
Really well, yeah.
Wonderful, because it seems we are experiencing some technical problems since this morning. Sergio, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. It is a huge pleasure and honor to have you here with us. As you are representative of non-commercial, non-governmental organization, also working in the field of open science and founding open science, I think from both ends. So I would like to hear your experience. I think our participants and also panelists would be very interested in your perspective. The screen is yours, Sergio. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to contribute to the EOSC tripartite event in Poland. I am the head of strategy, innovation, communications of the GI Foundation, and here I'm giving a presentation on the experience of the GI Federation in using funding for infrastructures to enable open science. The GI Federation is also a key player in implementing the EOSC policy. Therefore, we believe this experience is also useful to understand how the funding within the EOSC can be shaped for the future. And I will give my presentation. First, I will briefly touch on, give an introduction on the GI Federation and the role of Poland, who is an important player in the context. Then I will explain how the structure of the funding works, enabling all these different players to work together towards delivering services for research. I will give some example of the different access modes that we support today. And then finally, some remarks on our learning from this experience, with particular focus on the funding. So the GI Federation is an open infrastructure that provides advanced computing and data analytics skills and capabilities for research and innovation. It was built out of the experience of federating computing capacity in Europe starting from 2000. And for the first decade, okay, there was this term about this trend about grid computing. Later, the technology moved to cloud and other stacks. And so the GI Foundation was created in 2010 with the goal to coordinate the federation. Together, the mission of the federation is to deliver open solutions for advanced computing and data analytics in research and innovation. And the main vision is that all researchers should have access to all services, resources, and expertise they need to collaborate and conduct world-class research and innovation. So the vision is very aligned with the vision of the EOSC. And what is important also that we want to federate not only technical infrastructure, but also the human layer, the people, the experts that are very essential when working with innovative technologies. Why we needed to create a federation? Because as we know, research is international, it's global, it's collaborative, and with the emerging explosion of data, researcher could not handle the management, the analysis of the data locally. They needed platforms where this data could be shared, where it could be analyzed, it could be managed, and so on. And so the idea of the federation is to leverage existing investments from all the member states, of the countries and the communities, and to connect all the existing capabilities to join together and make it easy for researchers to access without worrying about the technological policy barriers. In Poland at the moment, we did 4 data centers connected that you see listed here in the right-hand side. And the EGI Federation is governed by a council with 28 participants. Most of the participants represent countries, some represent some international research communities or individual institutions. In the Polish case, we have Cyfronet as the council participant for Poland, representing the Polish Grid Initiative, PL Grid project. That is a consortium where there are other organizations part of it. A couple of numbers about EGI today. At the federation level, we federate more than 1 million of virtual CPUs and more than 1 exabyte of data. There are more than 200 resource data centers connected, serving more than 80,000 scientists, out of which around 1,500 are from Poland. At the national level, with through the PL Grid initiative, we support serving 13 scientific collaborations who generated in 2021 around 700 peer-reviewed publications where at least one of the authors was from Poland. Federated infrastructures are also important in sad times like this, period of war, where, for instance, our Ukrainian partner, all the data centers from Ukraine weren't offline for the current situation. And our Ukrainian partner asked the EGI Federation if we could support Ukrainian researchers to continue working on research. So they asked if we could open capacity access to infrastructure from other countries for researchers. This was done by the EGI Federation. So we, that's a sign also to show how the importance of a connected federation to support also countries who have less when in times of difficulties. Moving now to the funding and access policies. Here we have three. I will give examples about three main access modes for within the EGI Federation. We have the sponsored access, where researchers can access capacity free at the point of use. Here we'll have two sub-examples. One is about the virtual access, which is enabled through the EU funding. And another one is about policy-based access, which mainly considers national policy and funding. Then we have a limit within EGI with a limited experience also in delivering pay-for-use services, where the users are or the institutions, they are charged for the service. And then also the last one is about possibility to join the EGI Federation as a participant and then paying an annual fee, and through this fee access a certain package of services. I will start with first of all to explain a bit of the funding streams. So the EGI Federation is built out of national or community infrastructures who are connected together. So if you say, if the EGI Federation wouldn't be there, the researchers on the right-hand side who may receive funding for research would see a number of independent resource providers. Maybe, I don't know, Polish researcher will have access to the Polish infrastructure, Italian researcher to Italian infrastructure, and so on. If they want to share, they need to build all the building blocks to easily share and access computing capacity across countries, across institutions, and so on. With the creation of the EGI Federation, what we did basically, we created a number of core services that enable all these independent providers to interoperate at the technological and policy level. And for this, we have there's some funding going to the EGI Foundation with two main funding streams. We have some support from the European Commission, and the resource providers through the EGI fee, they also fund the EGI Foundation. With this funding, we create some federating services that enable to expose and all this infrastructure as it is a united one, so with a single entry point toward the researchers. So researchers can easily, especially international research collaborations, can easily use all these services free at the point of use. And as you can see, here is a combination of funding. Usually national funds create the infrastructures, and European funds help creating the glue, the federation layer, and researchers get sponsored access, so free at the point of use, so they can conduct their own research and collaborate. Let's go through the first example. The virtual access, for those who are less familiar, virtual access, one of the cost recovery mechanisms, part of the Horizon 2020 now Horizon Europe program. It's a mechanism that allows providers to share the infrastructures and recover the marginal cost of the new users they serve. So it doesn't fund the full infrastructure, just fund the additional access that is enabled through the projects. Here we have, there was an important project that was awarded to collaboration led by the EGI Foundation, which is called EGI ACE. And also here we have an important players from Poland, like Cyfronet and the goal of this project was to create the EOSC compute platform as a federated layer for offering high throughput computing, high performance capability in cloud to research in a federated manner. And this on the right hand side, you can see the evolved view of the what was the minimal viable ecosystem for the EOSC, where we depict so where we see position this federated computing infrastructure layer, and here we have Cyfronet and PCNC contributing both at the EOSC core level and in the data federation through a technology called Bandeta, also through the computing and so on. Providers and also thematic service providers. It's not only horizontal services, but also vertical scientific discipline specific, like science gateways or other domain specific applications. Project and two main channels to collect demand. One is through an open call mechanism. So we have continued cutoff where researchers can apply, describe their own use case and their requirements, and then there's a team of experts who will guide them to find the best solution for their needs. So here there is more, say, a relationship where there's also a consultancy mode to have not off-the-shelf services that researcher can pick up and use, but also the solution for complex requirements. Ready.
We have some problems with the sound again.
Can you hear?
Yes, I think you would have to repeat maybe 1 minute, one slide behind.
Okay.
Not, well, not the whole one, but like 1 minute earlier, please, because we had some breaks, so we were not able to listen to you.
Okay. Okay. Through the EGIS project, also we federate a number of cloud providers. We have and also high throughput computing providers, and also and thematic service providers. So when I mean thematic service, I refer to scientific discipline, specific web portals or applications, science gateways that offer more domain-specific solutions. And there are two main channels which can serve research. And one is through an open call mechanism that is published through the EGIA's, through the EGI website. And this is usually in this open call, the research groups that they need services that would describe their own requirements. And there would be a team of experts who analyze the requirements, understand them, and guide them to choose the best solution for them. So this is more a business-to-business like interaction where researchers need consultancy, need guidance for complex problems. And the other way through the EOSC portal where there are services that are ready to be used way. So they can place the order and get readily access to the services. What important experience is that while the EGIAs got around, so the EU contribution is around 8 million, out of which 5 million are for virtual access. In this experience, access had the also capability to leverage national resources in the way that once the providers were connected to the system, they were also available to open up a national capacity which did not receive easy funding. In our experience, we managed to double the capacity. So if on top of what was paid by the EC, we managed to open up capacity at the national level for international research for the equivalent. So it's very, just to remark, it's very important, this combined capacity fund, of this combined funding mechanism for joining resources together and open up from the different channels. Now we'll go to the policy-based access, where we'll talk about the WNMR. So by policy-based, I means that there is an existing capacity funded in the member states. The access is based on certain national policies, like, I don't know, I'm happy to serve international research as long as also there are national researchers involved. In this layer, so there's no, so the infrastructure is prepaid, and what we do as a EGI Federation, we facilitate, we do that kind of matchmaking. We help guiding requests that we receive centrally, we negotiate with the providers, and we try to convince them, say, to serve certain research. One of the best use cases is WNMR, which is in the area of structural biology. They developed a number of scientific gateways to support a wide international research community. And through EGI, they can access the computing capacity they need for all the processing. We managed to obtain an opportunistic way capacity from many countries. You can see also in the pie chart on the right-hand side contribution from Poland. And through this federation, also during the COVID-19 pandemic, we could also enable support drug research. And here there was, for instance, bump of capacity by 100% in 3 years because of the emergency. So also because of the services that WNMR provided were useful to conduct research also for drug discovery in the for the COVID-19 situation. And here, okay, you can see there's a bigger, most of the capacity comes from Netherlands because the WNMR, the headquarters are based in Netherlands, and they managed to apply to get national grants for committed capacity, let's say. But the other one is, in the other countries, more, say, opportunistic, and it's the capability here, another way of leveraging the power of the federation and the matchmaking and the national resources that are available. The next case, which is, I said also, we provide paid access where the customers, users coming, they pay for the services. This is more limited case because it's, as you know, for public funded providers to act as a to sell is not easy. It's something like a delicate activity to be done. It need to be done in the appropriate framework. So in this case, okay, for small scale needs, this is something that is quite easy to do. And in this case, okay, we have a policy project connected to public authorities who need computing large-scale infrastructure for policy making, to analyze data, to take decisions. They have a budget to buy for services, to run pilots, and through the EGI Federation, we can connect them to the best resource providers needed for their needs. The last example is of how we can channel funding to connect in the federation is from the EMSO ERIC organization. They need the support. This is one of the research infrastructures in the S3 roadmap. They need the support for their own services with computing capabilities, AI, etc. And they found benefit to get the support through the EGI Federation by joining the EGI as a participant. So they became a member of the federation, they pay an annual fee, they can have access to a number of services. And here also on the right hand side in the bottom you can see we have a recent brochure on how the EGI Federation help research infrastructures in general. On the concluding remarks about our experience in connecting independent infrastructures, federating them to offer services for research and enable international research that work openly and share their own assets. It's important to first of all, okay, to have these incentives to open up the national capacity at the European level. Otherwise, the capacity will stay national. So we saw for instance, the very important, let's say, results that we saw with the EGI-ACE project and the virtual access as a first of all capability to combine and open up services, but also leverage national capacity on top of it. Second, it's important also to not forget the support for researchers. The services we offer are innovative, are complex sometimes to use because they need to deal for complex use cases. So it is important also to foresee in the funding also the experts support and consultancy. And that's definitely the added value that comes with the EGI Federation, for instance. And here we see that EOSC maybe should think about how to create a network of supporters at the European level that can, for instance, meet the demand coming through the EOSC portal, do maybe the first consultancy and guide them to the best solution they need. Otherwise, just go to the EOSC portal, they see so many options and they may be lost. And last but not least, combining funding for making data fair available and also having readily available platform for analyzing them is very important, because at the scale of the data we deal today, you can of course download your data and analyze locally. You need infrastructure where you can, and platforms where you can remotely manage your data and analyze them. And that was my final remarks. I'm ready to take questions or thank you. I hope they all.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting, and obviously there are many questions. So maybe now questions to you, because yesterday we've been also discussing a lot the issue of supporters, which you have mentioned, and also in your conclusion you mentioned it. Because as we said, and I think Lydia, the Secretary General of Science Europe, mentioned that We may have excellent infrastructure, but without skills, competences, and supporters, it will not work. What are your experiences and solutions for that issue? Because well, maybe also coming back to yesterday, it was also mentioned that we really do not have enough data stewards. We do not have enough consultancy that would allow us to use both infrastructures that already exist and infrastructure of EOSC as a portal. Yes. So could you tell me what's like your perspective on this issue?
Yeah, and here we had a very useful experience in the EGI ACE project, where we created the concept of, the project we call the Shepherd. So when we receive an open application, we assign a case to the group, and this will follow them in the analyzing, understanding what is they need, because sometimes they come with a challenge, but they don't know how to solve it. So they need a technical expert on the other side. And then they will follow them from the analysis to the choice of the service, to the configuration, and so on. So that's very important. The idea is to create a network of those experts at the European level. So the experts actually are already available, because the infrastructures, they usually have their own expert side. But normally maybe they serve the national research, they serve the local groups, and so on. The question is, how do we the key is to create a network of people that are committed to support also researchers coming from EOSC, from the EOSC channel, and to find how do we reward them, because the time course for them, the expertise is the precious resource is time. So we need to find a way where there can be a mechanism for rewarding them, and there should be some coordination at the EOSC level of those research support. So because otherwise, just a bottom up, it will not happen. We need some coordination at the top down as well.
Yes, we have this experience also here that, if you want to implement open science policy, open data policy, you need good coordination, let's say at the national level, but then you also need good people in the ground, yes, to coordinate them, update them, to know what's going on, and to communicate both directions. Yes, you communicate policies and policies to the, let's say, users and researchers, and you also need to hear the voice of researchers, so and the universities, what they are saying about it. I think that EOSC took the effort within the EOSC Future User Group. There should be 200 so-called science champions that they communicate and discuss problems at different levels and with different disciplines as well, because I am a member of this group. So now I think we will be analyze also the new interface. So they will test the new interface on us, and I think it is excellent. I think it's good. It's just taking people that on the daily basis should and will work with the portal. So now we will see how it works. I am really excited, I have to say. But I think both at the European and national level, it is the way to go. Yes, to communicate both directions, bottom up and top down. And as we have in the studio our experts and the next panelist, there is a question to you from Cyfronet. Roxana? Yes. Come over. So this is kind of surprise for
Hi,
you.
Sergio. I have a question. Have you been already thinking about because EGI Foundation is also very good at organizing and giving trainings in different areas of expertise. And as long as we know that EOSC has a task force on data stewardship, have you been considering maybe coming up with the curricula for the data stewards or any other professionals that will be required for the curation of data in the open science world? And with this, be able to train people nation by nation or community by community?
Yeah.
So, but can I add it? Can I just add to the question? Like, I would be also interested in training for trainers and training for users, both directions.
Yeah, at the moment we are in the EGIS project. We are mainly focusing more on the computing part for the moment, and we are developing. What we would like is for the first time we want to develop a MOOC, massive online learning program, which is like when you go to Coursera or Udemy, something like a self-paced learning, also to make the training more scalable. Because if you only go with live trainings, it's difficult to reach out to the wider research community. For the more, say, type of trainings we can standardize, we would like to have an online learning self-paced, and maybe with some support later on. So that will be the first experiment we do, and then we can consider also other areas like the stewards, like civic or but the idea first is to start with the computing and data management part, and which is more closer to our core business, let's say.
Sure. We also have the initiative of MOOC training program, which will be for both for researchers and for new data stewards, because as all over the Europe there is not enough of those in Poland. So we also starting with the online trainings, like for basic and let's say the and the more advanced level, so in the two directions. And then, however, I think it's also very important to have interaction with people, if people have questions, and someone to consult with, or to someone to discuss problems with, because this is, this is in fact like we are building it or creating it from the scratch. So there are many questions, worries and fears. And now I'm working for National Science Center, before for 2 years for the university. So I can see that it's important to be able to respond to individual questions and worries that they will sometimes be never said during the conference or in the online panel in the training. So the combination of both is necessary to create a new culture, yes, and the trust, which trust that was also mentioned yesterday, that is important. To use EOSC, we need to trust the devices and resources and services, and we need to trust that it will be sustainable in the future. I think we have one more question. Yes? No? Oh, yes. So now it will be...
Yeah. Hello, good morning. Raimundas Dominauskas, PSNC. I think that regarding the training, it's clear that the need is evident. However, there are initiatives for training. There is a specific project, Skills for EOSC, which focuses on the training. So we also have to be careful to look into that in a systematic way.
Yes, I'm aware there's a new project.
But I think also it's in a way at the national level we also try to somehow integrate and make it more systematic through building EOSC like national structures, yes, because I think there are many representatives of institutions who does provide different trainings, not only in general data management, but also sometimes discipline specific, which is very important. But to make it more efficient, I think it's like this tripartite event, it's good to have it or made in a consistent way through collaboration within the network. So this is also where we are putting a lot of efforts at the moment, like to join the forces in open science. Okay, thank you very much, Sergio. We will come back to the final questions, and I think we have the next participant waiting. Thank you. And I think we have Christian. Christian, are you with us now? Christian, European Commission, DG Research and Innovation. Hello,
Hello,
Christian?
can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. Yes, can you hear us?
Hello?
We can hear you. We can see you. Unfortunately, we do not have.
I can hear
We
you.
have a problem with connection. I think your sound is not good enough to be able to present, and I think you are also frozen at the moment. Now.
Good. Stay now.
Unfortunately, I think we will not make it. So maybe as we have two participants connected, the other ones need to solve the technical problems. Can we come back to Sergio and Patricia? And I will start with the discussion. Is it fine with you? Because we have two problems, technical problems that seems to be difficult. And I would like to ask the first round of questions, if you don't mind, for you. So my question is very general, in fact. I would like to ask you for the three challenges that you think are the most important at the moment in the field of funding open science from your perspective. Yes, you have very different perspective. Patricia, you have you will be probably describing your national one. However, it's always connected to European level. That's obviously the issue. And also, Sergio, from your perspective, how would you name the three main challenges that should be addressed within, let's say, perspective of incoming months, years?
Okay, I can start. So as the challenges, I think mix of combination of funding between the European and national to enable further infrastructures to continue and to deliver services for science. And here, because there are already existing further infrastructures like EGI. The question is how EOSC can tap on this and build upon it instead. So that's one of the challenges in revising the funding schemes. And the second, F3, is about how to enable this support for EOSC at the European level, how to build these networks, and also ensure that it will be easily integrated with what is existing at the moment, because each university institution, they have their own local support. And they will be basically adding the EOS channel. You may have that the local researchers will just go to EOS portal and maybe they get in touch with some support from some other countries while they could have a local support. So how to integrate, let's say, the local and the European level support in a way that creates synergies that doesn't disrupt the existing connections. And the third one, I would mention the incentives for, let me think about the third. The third one, I need to think about it. Okay, now I just came with you. I don't know if
Perfect. No,
the other panelists want to complement.
okay. In a way,
Yeah,
it's
good.
good. In a way, it's very good because it means that there are not so many that comes, automatically to your mind. So this is kind of optimistic. Patricia.
Yeah, got a very different perspective. And sorry, I know the sound's coming in and out here as well, so I'm only catching half of the conversation. For me, when I look at the EOSC, I suppose the one big thing that's missing and hasn't really been grasped, I think, in Ireland is having something that's real that researchers can actually walk through. So, sort of how to actually use the EOSC. I mean, there's a difference, I suppose. The conversations that we've had, the EOSC is seen very much as an infrastructure, but not to how to actually use it. So the open research data agenda is kind of considered as one thing, and EOSC is considered as a different thing. So trying to connect those two together and make it real for researchers, so that they can actually see how to use the EOSC and step through it and use the services that are attached to it rather than just an infrastructure service. I mean, looking at a national perspective, I know we've laid out our three kind of main priorities around changing the culture, which I think is, and that includes things like the training, sort of looking at the system-wide recognition of research, open research practices and how to reward them, sort of aligning support for institution, community and funders, and sort of looking at initiatives that facilitate this. So how to actually do it and how to deliver it and how to actually show people the difference that it makes to the research or how it can actually benefit them. So, and again, that's probably why we kind of look at things like our secondary data research awards, where we're actually funding people to reuse data and look at, rather than filling up repositories with lots of data, we want people to actually use the data. So how to actually do that, but the cost is a real issue. So we allow people to put in, to add costs into their research awards for working with data, so to fund some consultancy or data stewardship, to look at various initiatives, but our institutions aren't used to actually costing for those services or anything. So how to actually, what to cost or how to charge for that has been quite difficult and been very different across different institutions. They have different approaches to it. So I think there is an issue around how to actually, even when there is funding available, how to actually use that funding. And again, that probably comes back to the conversation on the need for more capacity and support within the system to actually support researchers and to show them how to access that support. The other, I mean, in Ireland, I suppose a key issue is really, and particularly within the health area, is the need for a clear legal framework to actually reuse data. So to support sort of national access to health data for primary and secondary purposes. And that's something that the Department of Health are actually working on, a new piece of legislation which would allow for that secondary reuse of health data. So that's a very health HRB specific, I suppose, issue, but also pertinent for researchers. I don't know if that was 3 or not. But
Perfect. That was perfect. Thank you very much. Yes, I think it's the same is like in Poland. We have in our funding system the opportunity to, let's say, get funds for open science, but it is broad. It is both open access to publications and data. However, the APC costs to publications usually take the most of it, yes, because of how expensive it is. And this is exactly the pathway that most of the researchers would like to follow to get open access, which is obligatory for those publications that are funded by National Science Center. So although we have decided to have 2% of our direct costs as a let's say lump sum to finance open science in the grant, it means it's still not enough. Because of the increasing cost of APCs, most of this money is used for the publications, for open access to publications. So this is the situation, and then there is not much for the data, yes, and it is still at a very early stage. in Poland. Do you think that recognizing open science within the research assessment shall support us in creating the open science culture? The question is,
Yes.
so if we include the open science and one of the criterion for the assessment of research projects, that should help us in still raising awareness and efficiency of creating this new open science culture.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think it's all very cyclic. So, I mean, if you reward it and recognize it and incentivize it, then it will happen more, and it will build. So, I mean, we already use, I mean, in the HRB, we've never looked at impact factors or anything. So we use the payback framework, which looks at that broader output of research, and we direct our research or peer review panels to actually look at open practices within the assessment as part of research excellence. We incentivize it through our publication platform, where we kind of pay all the costs directly for use of that services. So, I mean, we've seen how that worked even within our COVID calls, for instance. We actually asked for, because of the expedited sort of processes for publication, we asked all of our funded research projects to publish a study protocol on our platform up front. So they were supported to do that. It was funded and they get a DOI publication from it. It allowed us to look at sort of peer review of the methodology before people actually did the research. And we've seen how that has trickled into all of our grants now. So people tend to publish a lot of study protocols, and now we have linked publications beginning to be linked back to the study protocols and some of the data associated with that as well. So that has been a very useful exercise in terms of changing practices and how it can actually be done if we support people to do it and provide them with the funding and the facilities and the expertise to actually do it. So absolutely, I mean, one of the issues that we have is how to actually monitor and how to monitor nationally. So it's really time intensive at the moment, and we're hoping that for things like open access to publications, but our open data or fair data, which we look at separately and have separate budget for from the APC costs or whatever. But we find it very difficult to actually look at how to actually monitor and evaluate that. So we've had some pilots of DMPs that have been provided already to look at what the issues are, where support would be needed, where more guidance is needed within the system, and fed that back to the institutional level as well as to the individual researchers. But how to continue to do that on an ongoing basis and to look at DMPs, for successful projects and DMPs at the end of grants. So effectively, as a funder, we are interested in making sure practices are put in place up front to manage the data, but it's the sharing of it and the reuse of it at the end of the projects that we are particularly interested in. But it's so time intensive to do that. And even just to manage that process throughout the research, we find it quite, well, we're having a lot of conversations about that at the moment and how that should be done and how that should be developed. So we see that the national approach and how to actually do that, where we have researchers that may be funded by 2 or 3 different funders, come from same institutions, and how the institutions' responsibility is different from the funders' responsibility for this, and how things might change over time. So there's lots of conversations on how that could happen and should happen, but it takes a lot of resource.
I can imagine. Yes, this is the same for National Science Center. I think we are now in the first phase of the first calls that had implemented the data management plan, and now these projects, they are slowly finishing. This year only few really, but next year that will be a really challenging to monitor the situation and evaluate how it works in the practice in this sense, how the researchers coped with the task and what came out of it. So for our department of analysis, I think it will be something very important, to collaborate with open science officer to see where we have fields for improvements. Sergio, and your opinion? Thank you, Patricia.
Yes, definitely. I believe it is very important to make open science principles part of research assessment. From my perspective, which is I deal more with the European level projects, so already see the impact of the new Horizon Europe program, where the describing science methods is a part of preparing the project proposal, and the fact that this is already part of the template, and then people are forced to, so consortium, when they write project proposal, they are forced to think about which open science methods I will implement to help the proposal succeed. So in a way, okay, the funding, the opportunity to be more successful, definitely, if you adopt more open science methods, it's a trigger for changing in the culture of people, and also raising awareness and helping them to better articulate how together they can support and perform open science. So definitely I would support it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your contribution. I think we may try to now connect to Christian. Audio. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we will have no vision, but we will have audio. Yes, Christian, welcome. I am very happy to hear you, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks a lot, and again, connection troubles. Because of my internet situation, I will not be able to project anything, but listen to you. You already touched upon certain sensible aspects that I would like to underlap a minute. First of all, I listened to you talking about funding, how to contribute to funding for open science, to funding for the European Cloud. What I can tell you on the side of the Commission is that the European Open Science Cloud is not only a federation of data infrastructure and services, it is also an enabler of open science. I mean, the strategy of the Commission is to make the models for the science that we can see, and we understand
Christian, unfortunately, we have a very poor connection.
Increase the transparency of research, can bring more science
Christian?
side of the society. And so
Christian, we have a very poor connection. We cannot hear you.
Because we yeah.
We have a problem because the connection is really poor. We cannot hear you really. There are some certain breaks. So it's very difficult to understand.
I apologize then.
Okay.
I see now it's a bit more in the line.
Now, yes.
Okay. I mean, sorry, I'm not in the office. I'm on a mission, and I was supposed to have an office where to work, but in the end, they didn't provide me that.
No problem. Now it's good
And
connection. Go on. It's very good connection at the moment. We need to use the moment.
Very good. I will use the moment. So let me be brief then. So you asked what are the three challenges?
Yes, the three challenges for open science and EOSC at the moment.
Yes.
To name them.
So, yeah, from taking up what the colleague from Ireland said, researchers, they do not see yet EOSC. So we really hope that with the procurement that will be launched at the end of this year, we will be able to provide more visibility, more accessibility, and a more stable federated environment for the EOSC resources. Am I still online?
Yes, you are with us. Yes, I mean, yeah. So because you said about the resources to increase the visibility, we have also this issue in Poland. So like, let's say when we were, we do the trainings on open research data, at the beginning it was very difficult to start talking about EOSC, so as not to give the researchers too much, as if you know what I mean, because they are just starting with the data management skills and knowledge. But now we are at the stage to slowly implement this knowledge and the visibility of EOSC within the open data framework that we try to implement in Poland.
Yes. So the first the first challenge will be, let's say, giving a shape to EOSC, giving some more visibility. But at the same time, as you said, the importance is to provide the right training to researchers. I mean, training not to use EOSC, but training on research data management, and that is important. It can be, let's say, overwhelming for researchers to load them with informations and with more tasks to make their data more accessible and compliant with the FAIR principles and the like. But on one side, with the funding of the Commission, we are trying also to promote services that will help researchers in making their data fair as the beginning. So harmonizing also the training is important. So through the projects that we called regional in Horizon 2020, we try to embed more the culture of providing this kind of trainings. And with Horizon Europe, we want to create a network of resources for these training types. And one thing that is, let's say, important for investment skills for researchers is the science through the research and to tap into the network of training resources that we try to promote with the first call of Horizon Europe. And the third of importance to level that are let's say, in line with what is done at European level within EOSC. So, as I said in the beginning, there is this milestone, that is the procurement for the federating core of EOSC. And any kind of investments that member states want to do, namely creating a national research data infrastructure or other kind of similar investments, they need to take into account the federation level to the federating core of EOSC, and let's say collaborations and exchange of information between member states in such kind of investments is also paramount. So try to find also a network of funding agencies that intend to provide funding for EOSC. I know that is a challenge, but establishing a more open dialogue and capitalizing on best practices between the member states is important. And I see that you are on the right path, calling people from other member states to talk and to discuss in a context like this tripartite event. And I think that these kind of events should be multiplied and let's say created systematically in a form of working groups, right, to exchange this kind of practices.
Yes, this is exactly why we have decided for this formula. So it means we have a national perspective, but some of the panels have this broader European perspective to share experiences with other research funding institutions, research funding organizations. Thank you for supporting our approach. Are you with us, Christian?
No.
Could you repeat the last sentence because we couldn't hear?
I think there is still a bit of delay. Now we are more in line. Okay, very good. So what I wanted to, let's say, make clear is, I mean, the institutions at the European, all over Europe are looking for the funding of Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe. And this kind of funding, of course, is not to build infrastructures. Those are, let's say, the national counterparts that should take that. But at the level of Horizon Europe, what we want is to, on one side, create coordination, on the other side, alignment among other initiatives, and to put some steps towards a right direction. For example, in the next tranches of funding, what we intend to do is to capitalize on previous investments like the science clusters and to create more collaboration and to help research infrastructure that participate.
We can't hear at the moment. There is a connection problem.
And to end their activities towards the tail of science. So there will be.
Christian, you would need to repeat. You will need to. Sorry, you need to repeat the last, I think, few sentences. Okay, I think the connection is now also somehow worsen. So I think we will have to move on. Christian, if you can stay with us, and maybe you can also write some comments in the chat, we can read it for the next panelist as well. Yes, regarding maybe just a comment on Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, and I'm not talking about the infra EOSC projects. I can see, like, from the perspective of the person this sometimes consults the applications of the researchers to Horizon projects. When it was sometimes mentioned in Horizon 2020, the open science, in the new framework in Horizon Europe, I can see open science and one of the work packages as a must almost. So this is kind of a good direction, I would say. So hopefully, open science already there in the awareness and the need of the different consortia and alliances to work towards open science and open science practices within the alliances of the universities and researchers. Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you for putting effort to connect with us. Now we will move on to Mathieu Girard from French National Research Agency, coordinator of CRIST ERA and FLAG ERA European projects. As Mathieu has some problems as well with the vision, we will just be connected with the sound. Mathieu, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly well. The screen is yours.
Okay, good news. So thank you very much for this invitation. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to present Schistera and the goals that we have just launched a few weeks ago about open research data. Schistera is kind of very newcomer in the field of open science. We have an interesting research framework for the applicants to our goals. So in this presentation, I will...
Yeah, Mathieu, I think we have problem with the sound, unfortunately. The beginning was good, but unfortunately now we can't hear.
The relationship between Schistera and open science Schistera. What is the topic of the call that we...
Mathieu, we can't hear you very well, unfortunately. We have it's in fact, we cannot understand what you are talking because of the breaks. So we have just a proposal. Maybe if you could send your presentation and we will share it with the participants. Is it okay? I'm really sorry, but I think the connection is really bad. I have a proposal as Alicia, that is here with me today. She is a representative of national lead in the CRIST ERA project. So she could present how National Science Center collaborates with French National Agency and other partners on that call. She would present a use case, in fact, of a grant call in open science, which is an example how we can found open science in the future as a national agency, but also as collaboration between national agencies. And we hope to see more national agencies joining this kind of calls and collaborations to found open science. So Alicia, I would like to give a floor to you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Hello, everyone. I'm Alicia DeLong, and I represent the International Cooperation Department of the National Science Center. I really regret that Mathieu couldn't present the Chistera program due to the technical problems. But I will present the concept of the Chistera, of the research that is supported by Chistera. And that was the reason of the publication of the Chistera Open Science Policy, which summarizes its strong engagement toward a more efficient and excellent science. According to this policy, open access to publications and research data is a key asset to leverage on research funding. That is why all Chistera applicants should consider approaches promoting open access, starting from the project preparation phase. And this year, Chistera decided to go one step further, and apart from the yearly calls that are announced within the ICT topics, the consortium decided to create a common funding instrument to support transnational projects dedicated directly to open science, namely the Chistera Open Research Data Call. And this call addresses any research domain within ICT at the interface or outside the ICT. So within this call, the National Funding Organization of Chistera can support more diverse communities who can tackle the most challenging novel open science topics. And what was exactly behind the NCN's decision to join this call? Well, first of all, the Chistera Open Research Data Call is in fact the first call of its kind carried out in Poland. And the National Science Center is, in fact, the only institution that is competent to carry out such a call dedicated to open science at the national level. And we believe that thanks to participation in this call, Polish scientists will be able to actively participate in the development of international discipline standards related to open data and software, and will also have a greater impact on the development of the European policy in this area. National Science Center is the member of the European Open Science Cloud Association and the mandated organization representing Poland. NCN is also a coordinator of Polish EOSC network based on the mandate of the Ministry of Education and Science. NCN has its representatives in EOSC steering board as well, yes. And one of our tasks as a national coordinator of EOSC network is to create the conditions for wide participation of national research entities in the partnership. Therefore, thanks to the participation in the Chistera Open Science Call, we are convinced that we create such conditions and at the same time we develop and strengthen the EOSC potential. And in general, we contribute to the open science, to the European open science agenda. And getting back to the call itself, NCN is one of the funding agencies participating in this call. There are also 10 other European and non-European funding agencies that joined the call. And the total funding that is allocated by the National Science Center Council for research tasks to be performed by Polish researchers within this call is €500,000. Projects may be planned for a period of 24 months. And researchers from Poland are invited to submit their proposals to the NCN on condition that their research projects fulfill the basic research criteria. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite interested researchers in this call. There is still some time to apply. The full submission, the full proposal submission deadline is 14th of December. So in case you are interested but still hesitate, you can contact me directly or the call secretariat Mathieu for any questions or doubts you may have on this call. Well, in any case, you can also check the call announcement at the NCN and Chistra website. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alicja. I think it was a very good example of how the funding for open science can work in practice, and this is exactly what we need, and we need probably more in this case, but at least, we have made initial steps. As I think Christian said, we need more collaboration between national agencies, and here it is, Cistera call. And this is exactly it. And I think also this kind of joining forces is necessary for both, I think, core and soft skills, as well as services. So I also I can also advise, and if I repeat also Alicia's words, to contact Alicia for further details, because it is important to consult the projects in advance. And if you, obviously you will find contact details of Alicia in the post-conference materials on the website of NCN, and hopefully very soon on the website of EOSC Poland network. We will also put there more information about calls and other related activities that might be useful. Unfortunately, the time is coming to the end of this panel. I think we will need some break for the moment. Also, Sergio needs a break because he is the chairing person in the next panel. So let me thank you for your contribution, for presenting your experience, your perspective. It's absolutely valuable to create common understanding and common practice of open science and EOSC in the future. And thank you very much. I would like to invite you later on 12:15 in the afternoon for the next session, which is about infrastructure. And also for those panelists who didn't manage to connect, thank you for your efforts to connect with us. We are looking forward to your presentations. We will obviously also download them and allow under obviously Creative Commons license to use them, and have a look, have an insight into what you wanted to share with us today. So thank you very much, and see you 12:15. Good afternoon. Welcome to the next session, which is on infrastructures, and it will be a broad infrastructural landscape that is provided in Poland and designed in Poland. And in fact, it is our contribution already to EOSC, and that's why we would like to a little bit present our use cases and good practices that we provide in Poland. So let me introduce the participants of today's panel, and let me thank you, the panelists, for accepting our invitation. So first of all, I would like to welcome Marcin Wolski from Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, Piotr Zieleńkiewicz from Institute of Biochemistry and Biophysics of Polish Academy of Sciences, Tomasz Parkoła from Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, Raul Palma, also from Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, Marek Jerzabek from Institute of Nuclear Physics of Polish Academy of Sciences, Mr. Andrzej Zembła, who is here with me today, from Academic Computer Center Cyfronet from the University of Sciences and Technology in Kraków, Mr. Paweł Lubomski and Michał Nowacki from Gdańsk University of Technology, and last but not least, Maciej Piasecki from Wrocław University of Science and Technology, and Klarin Erik. And we will have now the joint chairman session as well. I am very proud to welcome Sergio Andreozzi from EGI Foundation, the head of the Strategy, Innovation and Communication, and our local in the studio chairwoman. It is Roxana Wilk from Cyfronet, the University of Science and Technology in Kraków. So, dear chairman and chairwoman, dear panelists, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Natalia. So maybe I will start. Welcome all, and we are so happy to, and I'm very proud to be able to chair this session along with Sergio. We know each other for a very long time, and we are hoping to be able to guide you both on the European and national level regarding the capabilities and the future of Polish different kinds of infrastructures in the scope of EOSC and open science in general. And what we have prepared with Sergio is a Google Doc that Sergio will paste into the chat, because we would like you to write there any questions that you will find important about the sessions you will hear. And after that, and also along the sessions, both all of the panelists or the chairs later will try to answer them, and we want to circulate this document in the end among all of the people participating in this event. And Sergio, you can now please add something from yourself and welcome our first panelist.
Thank you, Roxana. I'm also very pleased to receive this invitation and contribute to facilitate this session, where we will learn more about how Polish institutions build in the EOSC. We have a very rich set of presentations that touch on different areas of the European Open Science Cloud vision. And we have presentations touching more on the EOSC core part, with contributions on building, augmenting the portal capabilities. We have presentations more on to the providing horizontal access for researchers, and also initiatives about how Polish infrastructures contribute to European initiative in domain-specific areas, so that are more specific to certain scientific disciplines. And so that's quite rich and cover the various layers of the EOSC. I would like to invite our first speaker to take the stage. Is Marcin Wolski from the Poznań Computing Networking Center, and his presentation about the contribution of augmenting the EOSC portal with AI capabilities and increasing the user experience. And before passing the words to Marcin, I shared the link of the QA in the chat. I hope you could receive it. Otherwise, I would ask our support if they can share in the common chat with all the speakers, so that you can, meanwhile, write your questions that you would like to be answered either today or later on after the event. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Inviting me for this important event. I can see my slides, so it's a good sign. So let me only check if I can scroll them right. My name is Marcin Wolski. I work for Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, PSNC, and I am the task leader in the EOSC Future project. Also, I am a member of the task force on research software infrastructure. I'm going to present today advances in the EOSC portal facilitated by AI-based recommendations. To start with, the vision of the EOSC future is to deliver EOSC platform with integrated environment consisting of data, provided services, open research products, and infrastructure that will be accessed and used by the European research community. The EOSC portal is considered as the main entry for EOSC, enabling European researchers to access, use, and reuse research products and data across disciplines. The portal currently offers public and commercial infrastructure services, including distributed and cloud computing resources. On top of that, there are training materials available, such as courses and research products. Research products comprise the outcomes of scientific efforts, including publications, datasets, research supporting software, configurations, and other products. PSNC takes up in the key activities within the EOSC future, including the development of the EOSC recommender system and EOSC Digital Innovation Hub. Also, we contribute to the design of the federated architecture of EOSC and interoperability. At the heart of the EOSC platform are the users, who both provide and exploit EOSC resources. From the front side point of view, EOSC is divided into three main groups: consumers, providers, and facilitators. The largest and most complex groups are the consumer, who encompass users from public and private individual researchers and research communities. The users accessing the portal have different goals. For example, scientists may want to find tools to support their research. They want to be offered resources that are tailored to their needs, or they may want to locate specific training materials. The estimated size of the target population of EOSC is roughly 2 million, including 1 covering major fields of science, the availability of various types of resources under one hood with flexible, we may say, fair access to them is certainly added value that EOSC portal offers to European researchers. However, the constantly growing amount of scholarly data with diverse quality and credibility has become a challenge for consumers. Researchers don't only rely on corpus of publications, but also on other artifacts, such as datasets, tools, or infrastructures. Moreover, it is often the case that researchers are expected to know in detail the constraints related to the chosen service. Usually, they need to be technically skilled to order and assemble the resources together, so that such a situation often results in information gap and suboptimal selection of sources. We need a solution to identify and extract relevant information from the given set, considering the user's own perspective. Researchers should pursue the science, while the system should support their efforts. We proposed a EOS recommender system. EOS recommender system that makes recommendations by matching the relevant EOS content to the preferences of researchers. Recommendations help improving the overall user satisfaction with information systems. The recommender system can advise reading a specific publication or suggest collaboration opportunities. A user who repeatedly receives relevant recommendations from a web portal would have better experience with it and would is more likely he visits again. At the provider end, recommendation can get insight into the user's needs to help customizing the service to the user experience. In the scholarly environment, the recommender system may recommend research papers and references. The system may also help to find related authors who have similar research interests. The collaboration makes scientists more fruitful and productive. For EOSC, there are three main scenarios for enhancing the overall capabilities to explore EOSC resources. These are personalized recommendations, smart search, personalized recommendations support the EOSC end users visiting the portal in selecting services with interest of a researcher or a group of researchers. Next, Smart Search supports personalized search across data, services, trainings, and software. A search query is usually size, and the responses are not proper. The Smart Search can address this issue by ordering the search results so that the items more relevant to the user are listed first. And finally, interactive workflows support discovery, composition, and execution of workflows obtained as a combination of resources compliant with the same framework. For example, a researcher might use EOSC to find compatible tools to store the output of his Jupyter notebook and share it with other scientists. Ideally, users should be guided and advised during the request processing with the available options, typical constraints, and possible solutions. Minimum viable product, MVP, of the EOS recommender system implements a few main use cases to deliver personalized recommendation features. 1. Recommendations based on the history of orders present the researcher a list of recommended items that are similar to the ones she has already used or ordered in the past. 2. Recommendations based on the viewing history present the user's recommended items that are similar to the ones she viewed in the past. It is somehow different from the previous use case, as the lower level of engagement is needed. 3. Recommendation based on general popularity present the researcher the recommended items that are currently popular in EOS. The popularity takes into account, among others, the history of use. And 4. Recommendations based on the popularity among users with similar interests. It shows a user the list of items which have been viewed by users with having similar interests. On top of that, the MVP implements the features for feedback evaluation as well as the consent management. The functionality and architecture of the EOS recommender system addresses the challenges of handling big data, in particular, the volume and the variety of the data. For example, the real-time dynamic data include, among others, user actions. These actions correspond to the events generated by users while they navigate through the website. There can be hundreds of events generated per minute. The static data includes, among others, user profiles, service profiles, training records, and research products. Currently, the primary provider of research product for EOSC is the OpenAir Research Graph. The graph exposes more than 140 million of scientific outputs. For the first launch, a pre-selected set of research products have been determined for EOSC, and this set contains above 2 million resources, including 1.7 million papers. The recommender system architecture is divided into 3 parts, which group together software components according to their operating modes, that is offline, nearline, and online mode. Our approach was to distinguish between the tasks related with the data processing, which are usually time-consuming and computationally exhaustive, and another task to create final recommendations, which have to be delivered shortly after receiving the request, usually in milliseconds. Let me briefly present the main features of each of this group. To start with, the offline modules are responsible for processing of data which comes in batch mode. For example, the analysis of an entire datasets, historical data, or training algorithm. In principle, offline mode is launched when a long processing time is required due to the volume of data or complexity of calculations. Next, the nearline modules aim at processing incoming online data, like user events or resource management events. As a result, a set of features describing resources and users is created with the use of various machine learning algorithms. The stream data is profiled, clustered, and classified. And lastly, the online modules are responsible for the preparation of final recommendations. To create a recommendation, online engine generates candidates for recommendation, evaluates them using various methods, and selects and aggregates all selected resources into one or more recommendation lists. The EOSC portal has implemented recently a number of essential upgrades, including a new self-service and customizable dashboard. They are aimed to provide more value for scientists and engaged in their everyday task with EOSC. Personalized recommendations, as well as intelligent search, are perceived as a crucial part to achieve this objective. To sum up, EOSC portal is a platform that offers a wide range of resources to support researchers in their daily work. The recommendations, based on generated AI-enabled reasoning, use the metadata of resources that can be discovered and utilized by the EOSC portal. The presented recommendation system helps to find quickly and efficiently the relevant resources within the large set of diverse data. When properly applied, recommendation can increase the user's loyalty, which would eventually have a direct impact on increased user base of EOSC. Transition to production of the EOSC recommender system, along with the corresponding UI parts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. So maybe I will start, and I will propose that for now we will ask around 1 or 2 questions. Maybe me and Sergio, being the chairs, we will ask you the questions. Rest of the participants, please write your questions in the Google Doc if you have any. And I would like to start with this one. To be honest, at the beginning, I thought that that maybe we are slightly mistaken because this is about infrastructure, Polish infrastructures in EOSC. But in fact, Martin is and his team is very engaged in the delivery of some of the core services in EOSC right now, along with us, for example, from Cyfronet. And what you describe, the AI capabilities that we are building together on EOSC side, do you believe that, and if it's feasible for all of you attending this session, please write your thoughts if you have any. Do you think it's something realistic or capable of interest that as part of Polish EOSC, we would enable some kind of network or infrastructure of skills? So, for example, if any project, open science project, would need the AI skills, we should be able to find which institutions are offering such skills, teams that know about AI, because we know that AI is hip nowadays, but it also, in fact, increases the speeds up the outcomes, but also makes them more accurate. So, what do you think, Marcin, about this kind of idea? Infrastructure of skills in Poland.
Thank you, Roxana, for this question. Maybe it doesn't fully related to my presentation, because I was trying to actually cover and focus on the technical side and try to show that, well, AI actually requires the underlying infrastructure to be well set up and well provided. Anyway, when it comes to skills, well, it's always, how to say, it's very beneficial and valuable. Exchange and sharing knowledge, well, best practices, or.
But what I wanted to know is if you would be personally interested in participating or seeking for the skills in an infrastructure like that. And only to add, yes, the infrastructure needed for the sake of recommender capabilities in Polish EOSC could be something that we definitely will need to serve what is needed out there by the users and researchers. But this kind of infrastructure, the skills infrastructure, would you like to participate in it, but for real? Is it something worth investigating on our side in Polish EOSC, or not necessarily?
Definitely, because I truly believe that, well, AI-based, let's say, advancements is one of the, like I said, key features for increasing, in the end, the user base of EOSC. If we, well, get on board, let's say, a broader community, experience, and we can, let's say, participate together in defining, let's say, the interoperability guidance and framework for not only the recommender system, but the other, let's say, AI-enabled system that would, like I said, be always an added value. So I would be definitely interested to take part in it.
Thanks. Sergio, do you have any question?
Yes, thanks, Marcin. It's very interesting to see that also within the research domain, we're introducing AI capabilities in the interaction between researchers and infrastructures. And so now in the work at EOSC Future, the focus is on this recommendation system. I was wondering, given your experience as an expert of the area, if you could get a next project, what could be the next challenge to solve after the recommendation system? Would you focus, let's say, first on language translation or any other topics that you would find more relevant?
You mean a topic related to EOSC or a topic related to EOSC recommender system?
To application of the AI in the user experience, let's say, will be for researchers.
Well, when it comes to user experience, I presented a recommender system which actually, well, operates in the, how to say, background. I mean, it's a backend part, while it's equally important to the development of the recommender system and its features and AI capabilities on the user side. So I would personally focus on well, presenting in a well and coherent manner the recommendations, along with gathering the feedback from the users to evaluate if the recommendations are really something that brings them the desired and relevant content. So that, I believe, would be my focus. on it.
Okay, so we'll be able, to optimize the system, the recommendation system, to make sure it's very useful for being
Definitely.
learning system, so that it can bring the best suggestion for the users. Yeah.
I would only add that.
That's true. Because, like I said, the transition to production now is taking place. So that we aim together with our other colleagues, our other partners from the EOSC Future project to launch very soon the whole system in production. However, it may take some time to present the real valuable recommendations, so that we need some mechanism to feedback mechanism, evaluation mechanism, and properly put into practice the evaluation framework, if I may say that.
Okay.
I only wanted to add that from the design perspective, we were also paying attention that knowing that researchers, as very highly intelligent people, they often are very well aware of what is needed. And with using the recommender capabilities or recommendation AI capabilities, we want to avoid creating a bubble. We don't want to do that. And that's also a very important thing to remember when describing the EOSC recommender system. And we have one more question from the audience on site, from Maciek from WCSS. So Maciek, please go on.
Hello, Maciej Piasecki from Clarin, Eric. I'm just very interested in this recommendation system because, yes, it's a big challenge even for small infrastructures like Clarin, that we have a quite wide offer and then user can get lost. So some ways in order to support users are good. But however, I would like to ask about, have you tried to evaluate the system, also maybe on the data? Because, I'm a little bit, users in EOSC are very diversified. There are many different disciplines, different research scenario. It's slightly, recommendation system works in e-commerce, for example, but here we have quite different environment in which we have users with very different needs, focus on research tasks. Have you tried to evaluate from also on the basis of data? Because there are only 300 users profiles so far in the data collected, if I remember correctly. I'm very interested in attempts evaluation of this approach.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Indeed, there is always a challenge to use such a recommendation system within such diverse like the EOSC is. And it's not only about the diversity of the user or user roles or participants, consumers, but also it's about the diversity of the resources. Because what the recommender system does is basically connects the resources with the users, trying to predict what are the users' needs and demands. Well, what we decided to do is, first of all, we decided to make this iterative approach and define the so-called MVP, minimum viable product. And this MVP was, since the beginning, the use cases, since the beginning was evaluated with the help, because Roxana said about it, because we actually, we've organized a number of meetings with the user groups, and the participants represent various search domains, positions, jobs, and roles. Throughout these meetings and interviews, we actually collect very valuable feedback, but mainly feedback about the way how the users would see the recommendations and what would be the added value for them. Because it's actually somehow the most crucial thing is to indicate what would be this added value. But I'm not saying about the value that we perceive, but the value what the user needs. So that's why, and I can say that our, let's say, analysis indicates that what basically researchers needs is they would like to shorten their time they spend, let's say, navigating over the website, This is one thing, and second thing is main thing is they would be to get and to show the well quality data. So these are the two things that we've discovered throughout these meetings and interviews with the group. But it helped us to shape basically the proposed let's say functions. Now, when we are very into production, now it came this, let's say, a crucial part, which is the real evaluation. And the real evaluation is actually in front of us. And it's not a single-step process. It's rather like a complex, very complex
But Marcin, you are forgetting to add, we have a shift, right?
Yeah.
Because the algorithm on its own has a feedback loop, because it improves itself based on if the user action mentioned by Marcin. If the user clicks on the recommendation shown, it is assumed that the recommendation was good. We have some scenarios that are considered good feedback or inaccurate feedback. But in addition, what Marcin started to say is that we also want to implement good practices around the manual user feedback. So the user manually, consciously tells us if the recommendations are good or not. But we are not sure if this will be something used by the users, but we need to verify in the real system. Okay, thank you, Marcin, a lot. We will move to our next panelist. Sergio, can you please announce our next guest?
Yes, so our next presenter is Professor Piotr Zielenkiewicz from the Institute of Biochemistry and Biophysics on the Polish Academy of Sciences. And can we bring up the slides, please?
Not me. I guess we have to switch the presenter. I'm the third one, so yeah.
Okay, we can go with you then.
Continue with my presentation. Should I continue with my presentation? Okay, sure. My name is Tomasz Parkowa. I work for Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center together with Marcin in different department, but still at PSNC. So I'm leading Digital Libraries and Knowledge Platforms department, which deals with digital humanities researchers, or we are providing tools and software solutions for humanities researchers, infrastructure for digital humanities researchers. We also collaborate with cultural heritage and scientific institutions and help them publish their digital resources, data sets online and preserve them in the long term, as well as aggregate interesting data for further use. In my presentation, I will focus on social sciences and humanities open cloud project, which has ended just this year. And in short, it's called SHOCK project. In the project, we indeed try to realize social sciences and humanities part of the European Open Science Cloud, and I think that can be interesting to look at this domain and how we approach that. All right, when it comes to the overall project goal, as I mentioned, we were indeed trying to create or realize SSH part of EOSC. That was the main goal, and it was to be achieved, and I think it was achieved by maximizing reuse through open science and FAIR principles, and also interconnecting, collaborating infrastructures that are focused on SSH domain, because there were 5 research infrastructures involved in this project. One S3 so-called project, which means that it was a research infrastructure in the preparatory phase. So it was a good combination of research infrastructures focused or interested in dealing with social sciences and humanities to really try to build this SSH part of EOSC. And well, they of course we were collaborating together with 14 other beneficiaries and 27 linked third parties. So it was a large project, large scale project, so-called cluster project, because it was kind of clustering those research infrastructure into a specific domain. The project lasted for 40 months with a budget a bit more than 14 million euro. It was funded under Infra EOSC, and you can go online on a website and check the details. To have a bit of context, well, of course, SHOCK project was focused on SSH domain, but at the same time and in the same call, other projects were funded and were also creating, so to say, or contributing to the EOSC from the perspective of other domains like EOSC Life for life sciences, or ESCAPE for astronomy, or environmental infrastructures involved in this ENVI project, or PANOSC, which was focused on neutron and photon science. So it is really, I mean, I'm really happy and glad that we were able, or we were contributing to EOS this SSH part in the SHOCK project. And when it comes to those research infrastructures that were involved in the SHOCK project, these were 5, as I mentioned. It was SHARE, Survey of Health, Aging and Retirement in Europe, CLARIN, Common Language Resources and Technology Infrastructure, DARIA, Digital Research Infrastructure for the Arts and Humanities, ESS, European Social Survey, and the leader CESDA, which is Consortium of European Social Science Data Archives. And as I mentioned, there was also one ESFI project. It was ERIS, now Research Infrastructure, European Research Infrastructure for Heritage Science. So, I mean, this project was indeed executed among those other disciplines and was contributed to the EOSC. When it comes to the main expected impacts, of course, the main goal was for SSH, social sciences and humanities, to be better integrated into the EOSC itself. And this was, of course, to be realized by different objectives. One of the main things, at least in my opinion, was to really initiate SSH, so-called SSH Open Marketplace, so a kind of discovery portal with contextualized data and proper curation workflow, engaging researchers to contribute to the development of the SSH Open Marketplace itself. And of course, in addition, there were actions on trusted and secure mechanisms for SSH data, opening data and making them secure, and also provided truster means to provide those data, together with some data pilots that were executed in the projects, or cloud-ready tools and high-quality data developed. So as a result of those actions, we identified 33 key exploitable results, tools, and services that were, so to say, developed within the project. All of those tools and services are accessible via the SSH Open Marketplace, so a kind of a shop window of the SHOCK project, right, for SSH community. And some of them, 13 of them, are being onboarded to the EOS portal. Of course, SSH Open Marketplace itself is integrated as well with EOS portal. And obviously, I mean, to make sure that the results of the project, of the efforts within the project will be possible to exploit in the future, to use in the future, there was a memorandum of understanding signed by those S3 landmarks, research infrastructures, and S3 projects, and also relevant stakeholders to really sustain project results and make them exploitable in the future. And that would be kind of typical right approach when it comes to sustainability of results. But what I really liked about the MOU, that it was not just about it, I mean, just about the project result, because indeed, what is the most important from my perspective when it comes to this MOU is that those research infrastructures from the SSH domain, they really saw the need to advocate for SSH domain together at the EU level. So indeed to coordinate those efforts, not scatter them, but really coordinate and make sure that those common goals will be properly communicated to the EU level, to policymakers, so that the SSH part of EOSC, so to say, is visible, has proper branding and proper advocacy. And now, once we have this, once we have this overall of the SHOCK project, overview of the SHOCK project, I would like to dive into some details. I would like to give you an overview of the some details on the SSH open market itself. So this kind of one-stop shop or shop window, as I call it, of the SSH part of EOS for SSH researchers. As I mentioned, this SSH open marketplace is a discovery portal, a catalog of resources. It does not, so to say, preserve or store those resources. It links to the resources that are relevant for social sciences and humanities researchers. It really is focused not only on cataloging the resources and other the items, but also interlinking them, as well as engaging end users into to contribute to the development of the information available in the marketplace. And when it comes to the so to say, types of contents that are available in the SSH open marketplace, well, here you can see them. Tools and services, kind of obvious, right? What could be helpful? What kind of tools or services could be helpful for SSH researchers? But there are also training materials that explain how to, for instance, use those tools or execute some specific actions. There are also publications, but only those which are linked from other resources available in the SSH open marketplace. So if a training material or description of the tool mentions some publications, those publications can be available or are available in the SSH open marketplace, so that, as I mentioned, the information is really contextualized and you can find the information from different paths, so to say. There are also data sets or catalogs of data sets gathered in the SSH open marketplace and workflows, which is kind of interesting because you can also kind of see best practices or good approaches to conduct some research activities. And these are the workflows that really enable that. Okay, now some screenshots just to give you an idea of how the marketplace looks like. You can also go online under the marketplace.sshopencloud.eu and have a look at the website in operational mode. Still, here you can see search results. You can, of course, filter the results, the resources by categories. Like here, we have tools and services, such as Open Refine for dealing with messy data. There are also possibilities to filter not only by category, but also keywords or sources of the information or languages, etc. Here we have an example of filtering the resources and seeing the data sets available for this specific search query. And finally, also those workflows, which are a bit different to some extent because they are composed of steps, and each step can be also, described and interlinked with other resources available in the marketplace and externally. So what is also very important, in my opinion, when it comes to the SSH Open Marketplace, and why I think it's one of the most important results of the project, is that the SSH Open Marketplace has its own, so to say, MOU, or I even would say service agreement, because 3 research infrastructures, they committed to really sustain and support financially sustainability to sustain the SSH Open Marketplace. These are Daria, Clarin, and CESDA research infrastructures that are really interested in keeping this initiative alive. And we are very happy that together with ACDH from Austria, PSNC, we are responsible for really operating the marketplace and technically supporting it. There are also, apart from, of course, this important financial sustainability factor, there is also, a really focus on engaging researchers. So we really invite, the marketplace, the idea behind the marketplace is that to invite researchers to really contribute to the content, to provide additional information to enrich, enhance existing resources. And there is also behind the scenes curation workflow going on with editorial board operating on a daily basis and assuring proper quality of the resources available in the marketplace. So that's all when it comes to the short introduction of the SHOCK project, Social Sciences and Humanities Open Cloud. So it's a kind of building part of building SSH part of EOSC. In the last slide, a kind of summary. Instead of summary, I just wanted to give you a review, my view maybe, to some extent, because this relates very much to this SSH part of our activities at PSNC. So our contribution here is very much based on collaboration. We are for many years involved in several European and national initiatives, and I think and I feel that this collaboration, these collaboration efforts, they are really allowing us to contribute to the SSH Open Cluster or SSH part of EOSC. For instance, PSNC is represented in the Joint Research Committee of the DARIA EU. We are also very we are actively involved in DARIA PLA infrastructure development, currently leading one of the large-scale project to develop infrastructure in Poland. We are also founding member of the Time Machine Initiative, which is very much focused on large-scale data processing and digital humanities. And for more than 2 decades, we are also supporting cultural heritage institutions and digital humanities in many ways, including collaboration with Europeana Foundation, where we help them to build Europeana platform, kind of European digital library. Also in Impact Center of Competence, we are very much involved working with improving access to text with OCR, HDR technologies. Open Preservation Foundation, on the other hand, is focused on long-term preservation of digital data, and data side more focused on persistent identifiers. All right, so that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I made it on time.
Yes, thank you a lot, Tomasz. One one sentence of explanation. We are missing Professor Piotr Zielenkiewicz. This is why the second presentation was omitted, but we will get back to it once Professor is with us online, because there are some technical troubles with connecting to the platform. And that's the end of the announcement. So, question for me would be, and I would really make it a remark towards all of the next presenters. Please, when ending your presentation, try to add a summary how what you are presenting might help us create a Polish EOSC in the end. Because that's one of the reasons for which we are organizing this. We want to see how and why, not why, how we can start creating the Polish branch of EOSC among institutes that can be included there. So how what is being presented might be a part of it. So this is my question to you, Tomasz. And the second one will be, have you already thought about integration on a core service level with central platform of EOSC? So for example, connecting the marketplace to the central marketplace, etc.
So I will start with the last question. It is already onboarded and it's already available in the EOSC marketplace, so to say. So that's already done. When it comes to the first question, I would say that, well, by collaborating, by seeing how European EOSC is to some extent built, we can also see a place for us, I mean, in the sense of our national kind of infrastructure. I think we should seek for connections. For instance, when it comes to the marketplace that I mentioned, SSH Open Marketplace, we at PSNC were responsible for technology behind it. I mean, especially, so to say, backend technology that aggregates data and provides this data to the user. And there we were really happy to see that it is possible to reuse our existing technology that we used in the context of cultural heritage institutions to aggregate data from various digital repositories, libraries, archives, museums, and so on, to really reuse that technology and to really support also initiatives on a European level. And I think this kind of thinking, this kind of approach really would help us to also very nicely create and build this EOSC infrastructure in Poland. Simply saying, to seek for synergies between different actions and different research infrastructures that are already there operating.
So you are thinking about the approach that we have something and see how it can be reused in the scope of Polish open science and EOSC, more than try to come up with a plan for open science in Poland and try and adapt or see how it can be supported or what can be done about it, right? So reusing what's out there.
Yeah, and of course creating new ideas and so on, but still, you know, the synergy is really critical. I think sometimes you have to develop something from scratch, so to say, again, like reinvent the wheel. But in principle, it's really good to try to seek for synergies, because that really gives a better starting point, so to say.
Thank you. Sure, Sergio.
Thanks, Thomas. And I wanted to, we already touched a bit on there's some kind of form of integration between the SSH marketplace and the EOSC one. And I wonder how you see in the long term the interplay between the two in terms of user experience. What should be the scope of the marketplace or the general EOSC marketplace? What should be the scope of the domain specific one?
So, I mean, here in as I mentioned, it's already integrated. That's the first remark. But still, I mean, in the context of SSH Open Marketplace, we indeed saw that there is a need in our community to have this to have this increased, so to say, contextualization of the data on one hand, on the other hand, different kinds of resources available in the platform, so that we are able to engage those users and we are able to somehow give them the full spectrum of the resources they need, including like access, right? Because as I mentioned, it does. I mean, the market does not persist or store the data, but still, to have a window to access the data, to access the workflows. I mean, best practice, how to approach how to execute some research scenarios, to have also training materials on how to use tools and services that are available there. It might be kind of for technical people. I'm technical. It's very easy for me to have a look at the tool and almost already instantly know how to use them, how to use the service. But in general, in principle, users, and especially in domains maybe like humanities, which are very much abstract, so to say, it can be more tricky, right? So that's why this combination of different types of resources available in the markets and contextualization, so interlinking those resources, we feel that it helps, and this is what they really needed. And of course, I mean, during the project, in the development phase, so to say, we were very much in touch with the researchers, with representatives. UX team was working on really trying to understand what is the most important, like what are the most important features and resources that are needed by the researchers, and that's the response, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that.
Okay,
Tomasz, I need to make one thing straight, because we need to be aware of the fact that EOSC will be multidimensional, and there will be different dimensions of local aspect of it. So one dimension is the national dimension, and the other one is the community, like you were just presenting. And integration with EOSC, as it's planned for now, takes into account many capabilities that it is included in a professional delivery of a service. And regarding the integration, publishing your services or publishing your marketplace in the catalog, it's not integration. It's a publishing of a service. That's like the very first step. The integration is integration of monitoring capabilities, automatically being pushed to the central monitoring service for the sake of the users to be able, which systems are up and down. It's being able to exchange accounting information about your users or the use of your services. It's being able to connect the order management systems or access management systems. So there are many steps, and it's all foreseen for the sake of the users, that no matter which channel they are using for the sake of access, and in the end, when the interoperability takes place, it would not maybe matter which communities are participating in the workflow or in the package of services used together. So everything the exchange of different kinds of data should be in place. So this is my remark, and what might be taken from the Polish centers of either S3s or communities, European communities, is that if you do the integration, or if the community will do the integration on the EOSC project levels, then you can be the leaders and some kind of natural trainers for the rest of the institutions or research infrastructure that would like to join EOSC and connect with it on a central level. And Sergio, if you can please introduce the next speaker, that will be Mr. Raul.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for your contribution. And again, let's move to the next speaker. And the next speaker in the line is Raul Palma from the Poznan Supercomputing Networking Center. And the contribution will be about research enabling services for EOSC in support of open science.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, so I am also a colleague from my previous two presenters, Tomek and Marcin from Poznan Supercomputing and Networking Center. There I am leading the Department of Data Analytics and Semantics. And I am coordinator of the Infra EOSC 07 project that is called Reliance. As you probably know, there is a pack or set of projects that started together in the Infra EOSC 07 call. So Reliance is one of those, and we were one of the research enabling in EOSC. So I will give you first a very high-level view of what is Reliance about. Basically, what we are trying to do in Reliance is to extend the EOSC capabilities with an enhanced support for research activities. We are bringing for this a set of interconnected services, and we do this in alignment with the EOSC interoperability framework. So for us, this is very important part. The idea, of course, is to enhance the discovery and the access to research data, research outcomes, but particularly in Reliance, we are interested as well in Earth observation data from Copernicus. And also, of course, to increase the extraction of relevant information from these resources, but at the same time to manage the research life cycle of the researchers and the life of how the research is conducted in supporting and promoting the fair and open science principles. So we are demonstrating our services. We also launched an open call where we are engaging additional communities. Of course, the idea here is to foster the use of Copernicus data and enhance the support in EOSC for multidisciplinary research. So you can see here the partners of the projects, and of course, coordinator is PSNC. So put it in simple terms, in terms of the researchers. So what are the problems that we are trying to solve here? Do the but do this in a more efficient way, being able to access largest data sets, including, of course, observation data from heterogeneous sources, share their results more easily, and do open science by default. So that's more like from the scientist point of view what we are doing in Reliance. So this is, of course, done to allow to allow researchers to continue to do their job more efficiently, but also access all of this information, trying to the researchers can have during the engaging in the carrying out of the research itself. So, for example, access to data that is normally very complicated because sometimes be too large to be kept, but also data that is scattered in many different locations. Then, for example, you have new people joining your team or your research group. They need to start learning what you have done, so they need to get in access to your research group or that are relevant to your research. So putting all of these pieces together is what we are trying to do in Reliance. So Reliance is based for the research life the research objects, technologies, and been very years ago. Provide the overall scientific research activities and connect resources. RoHub, this is like the main platform that is, and of course ArrowCrate, which probably you have heard as well in some places. This is like the current standard for representing and research objects, basically, which is, many people is involved in this initiative. Then, of course, we have which provides efficient and scalable access to Earth observation data, particularly, and the technology behind this is ADAM. This is coming from Italian partners, which are providing the possibility to extract readable information scale, but also structure the research coming from this in given the
Raul, I'm
main
so
goal
sorry, but
of
is there a
research
chance that you have a connection problem? Because we've double-checked our internet infrastructure, network, I mean, and it's okay on our side. Is there a chance that your internet connection is not stable because we are losing you very often and it's hard to understand your presentation?
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm supposed to have a very stable connection now. I will try to change place.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I think, Raul, that there is this one suggestion that maybe if you have problems with the internet, you might try switching off your camera. Maybe it will help a little bit at least.
Can we try now?
Yeah, sure.
See the presentation now? Okay, now, okay. So I'm not sure how much did you miss from what I was saying, but I introducing the main.
Nope, we lost you.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can. Can you try to say something one more time? We are very sorry for the inconvenience.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, okay, let's try one more time.
Okay, so as I was saying, I was introducing the main services for Reliance portfolio. And one of the key technologies behind Reliance are the research objects, which are basically rich information objects that aims to account, describe, and share everything about your research, including how things are related in a way that is understandable both by humans and machines. That's the whole idea of the research object. So imagine that you have your research during the course of your research, during the life cycle of your research, many different products and resources are being produced and consumed. For example, you have methods, you have software, you have models. Of course, you are also producing papers, presentations, but of course, data as well. So all of these resources are normally scattered in many different locations. And the research object is providing an integrated view over this fragmented set of resources using, of course, permanent identifiers and metadata. So the research object itself has its own metadata and can be transferred and can be exploited, can be as an entity itself. And of course, if it has some kind of code, can be executed and can be reproduced. So that's the idea of the research object. So moving forward here, regarding the services in Reliance, the services are all onboarded in EOSC. Of course, this is the first step. As Roxana was mentioning, it's just like the first step. But we, of course, are integrating and connecting many different EOSC services as part of Reliance. In particular, RoHub, which acts as the main entry point to the Reliance services because it connects to the ADAM platform, it connects to the text mining services, but it also connects to other EOSC. In particular, we are using the AAI of the same accounts, of course, to access all of the resources. But also we are connected to services like Zenodo and B2Share to allow of snapshots of research objects and deposit them into these platforms in order to reach additional communities. We are also connecting notebooks in Binder. So the idea is that researchers can reproduce their notebooks directly that are integrated in the research object. They can go directly from RoHub, AGI Binder, execute and reproduce the computation. The difference with Binder is that not only allows you to reproduce the notebook, but also to reproduce the computing environment, which is also part of the research object. So everything is encapsulated there. Then, of course, we have B2Drop, which allows the user facing the research. And of course, we are able also to exploit to objects to open a research graph. So now the research objects are available via the EOSC Explore. Of course, now this is in the beta now, but it's going to be in production in the next few weeks. That's according to our meetings. And finally, the last thing is Argos for the management of data management plan, which you heard yesterday, one of them, especially as well in terms of how to enable the EOSC in Poland and also in other, in general, of course. So I will give you a bit more of this, because in Poland, RoHub is one of the services that is offered and supported by the Pioneer. Of course, this is key. So it's a key component of the IT infrastructure of science in Poland, and it's part of area. And RoHub is connected with another EOSC service called Argos. For the Argos is a tool that allows you to create data management plan more or less easily via some kind of wizards based on some templates. So it's kind of easy to create a data management plan. But then, of course, how you can actually manage the data is when you can import this data management plan and create a research object from this data management plan, where you will actually be able to the data sets. And there is tomorrow a demo about this in the session in the afternoon. So moving forward, this is a very quick example of how we are working in Reliance. This is provided as use case for EOS Future in the demos for the reviews, which was one of the most highlighted demonstrations, because it really shows all of this interaction that I was just mentioning. So we have a scientist here, for example, from Oslo, that and her team, that they are doing some kind of research in climate change. So what they are doing is, of course, they go to EOSC Explore. That's the entry point in general for a researcher in EOSC. They find existing results. So they find a research object, which is executable, so opens the research object, notebook, analyze the data. You can open directly the Jupyter notebook in EGI notebooks, reproduce it, and then, of course, basically, she is creating data cubes, right? She's using the other. She has been able to do all the different changes that she needed in the notebook. She's able to start creating her own research object. So she's making like a fork. Of course, this fork means that there will be an acknowledgement to the previous work, and will be, of course, aggregating all the resources that she will be producing during the research. Then she will invite another colleagues to contribute to this research object. Of course, the research object keeps provenance of who is doing what, and they can even be notified when there are changes. After that, be able to analyze the quality of the research object, if it's fair enough and quality good enough. So there are different services in Reliance that are doing this. And once it's everything in place, they can deposit a snapshot of the research object in Zenodo, which will go. So this is like a high-level example of how all of these services can be used in practice. And to put it again in the context, in the general picture of EOSC, Reliance and the services are playing like kind of complementary role. So we are working as a bridge that is connecting many different services that are used, for example, for all these data products, data produced by researchers, but also the methods that were used to analyze this data, the research infrastructure that were used to carry out these calculations, and the publications that were provided at the end on that. So all of these, of course, in line with fair and open science principles. So this is the three communities that we have in Reliance: sea monitoring, geohazard, and atmospheric. I think I will not go into details on that, but the most important here is that these communities are different vertical use cases and also a multidisciplinary use case where they are showcasing all of these benefits of EOSC, of course Reliance, but also EOSC in general, on how these services can be used, for example, in the study of impacts of the coastal environment during 2020 lockdown, for example. And also to say that the services in Reliance, of course, they are showcasing earth science, but they are generic enough to be used in any other domain. How to use the services? So there are a lot of materials already available, tutorials, info videos. We have, of course, pilots in DIH from EOSC, and we have the open. There is a lot of material available that you can find in the Reliance website as well. And with that, I am finishing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Raul, a lot. Sergio, why don't you start with the questions right now?
Yes, thanks, Roxana. Thanks, Raul. And I was wondering so the future strategy for the raw service component, and you mentioned also think about the interplay between the Polish infrastructure and the more European level. Is this a service that how you position this in the national landscape towards the European landscape? Is it something that can be delivered by one single institution for all countries, or it needs to have fish for multiple countries and so on?
Yeah, so as I was saying, so of course, RoHub is now offered and deployed as one of the services from the Pioneer network at the national level, of course. So this is maintained by PSNC. So it's one of the. If you go to the Pioneer services, you will find RoHub. Here, of course, is RoHub is providing like entry point to information about the research in many different areas, of course, but earth science is for now our main showcase. And we are able at this moment to have like research from Poland as of course hosted there, but also research from at European level. So there is the same instance. We have just different interfaces. Of course, you can change the language through which the researchers are getting there. Polish market, but also we are having English as a general for Europe. So that's our approach at the moment. Of course, most of our users now are coming from Europe because they are coming from our use cases in Reliance. They are coming from Italy, from Spain. So, you know, the users for now are mostly from Europe, but we are now launching more at the national level.
Okay, thanks.
We have a question from Maciej.
The service looks very interesting. We have to take a look as cloud infrastructure. I would like to ask about the future of this services. What kind of plan for sustainability do you have for this? Because such complicated software requires permanent maintenance in the future.
Yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, now, of course, everything is being carried out and sustained in a very intensive way via the Reliance project. The Reliance project is going to finish at the end of the rest of the memorandum. Well, not of understanding. There is like a roadmap collaboration between all these infrastructure. working on the sustainability path of our services in EOSC in general. So we are part of this kind of general initiative to bring and to sustain our services in EOSC as part of the Infra EOSC 07. But also as part of PSNC itself, like for us is one of our core services to support and improve the research in Poland. So it's really some of the, as a research institute in Poland, we are bringing this kind of services. It is part of our portfolio to give this kind of services to our researchers in Poland. So that's, you know, it's part of our roadmap in maintenance of services of PSNC.
So what I would add here, because Raul, it's very interesting what you have shown us, but when I was thinking to myself inside of my head, what part of open science does Raw Hub implements? I would probably guess that it's mostly about reusability. And my head tends to come back to the skill set you are bringing to the table mostly, because nevertheless, or doesn't matter the sustainability of the product on its own, you know about research objects. To be honest, the central marketplace concept called marketplace projects were designed in a way to reflect exactly the same assumption. The researcher activity in the scope of one research topic, let's call it. So the idea to be, so this research object approach is one of the approaches that covers the reusability of the open science. That's one part, probably, maybe, or probably there are also other. And I think that's the one of the direction, or one of the ways we can start thinking about that. Yes, we are delivering some products. Yes, they are. We don't want to reinvent the wheel one more time, but it's mostly about the skills we are bringing and what we can do with those skills to sustain open science in the end. Because it doesn't matter if it will be Raw Hub playing the role of reusability as R from FAIR. It's about people who know how to do it, or what's important in that. And my question would be to you, Raul. Because it happens that I'm also a part of a project, but a project that's trying to tackle the research object in general for fairness. It's called FairCore for EOSC. And do you think that the model you have created for the research objects in scope of the reliance, can it be generalized into other scientific disciplines or other use cases, but the ones you are taking care of as part of the Reliance project?
Yeah. So many things here, but to start with the last point, your particular question. So the research object model is of course generic domain agnostic, basically. So more than 10 years ago, and we have been showcasing in different domains. There are different, let's say, groups that have been going into different directions with the research objects, how they're being used. But we have still our core of the community, which is the Arrowcrate community, where we are meeting each other like a month, discuss all of advances, progress, and in the research objects, models, and technologies. So the technology itself is generic, so it can be applied in different domains for sure. We had in the past people from bioinformatics, we had people from astronomy. So yeah, we had some examples. And I know some other people working in research objects that are working a lot with bioinformatics. For example, people from UK are working a lot with bioinformatics, with research objects. And they are becoming more and more like, popular in the way how research can be shared, basically. Because as you said, the main advantage of part, the possibility to reproduce research. And of course, it gives you findability, because not only you are able to search for research object based on things metadata, but also there are all of these text mining services that I was mentioning, right? Like that they are really giving you additional insights into the research object content to extract information, you know, increase the findability to this of this research. But yeah, I would say that reusability is one of the key aspects in terms of the fairness of what research object can bring to the table. So yeah, but it's my answer is yes, we can of course adapt domains basically.
Thank you a lot. Okay, so please now, sorry, maybe I will introduce the next person. The next presenter will be Mr. Marek Jarząbek from the Henryk Niewodniczański, Institute of Nuclear Physics from PAN. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. My name is Marek Jarząbek, and the name of the institute is Henryk Niewodniczański Institute of Nuclear Physics, and we are one of institutes of Polish Academy of Sciences. Now, I would like to present you a slightly different perspective on the problems of open science. In fact, I will show you an example of a big research center which is under construction. It is a European spallation source, and of course this is a great opportunity for science in Poland, because Poland is a part of this project, and of course people, scientists studying different problems using neutrons will have the opportunity to use this facility, research facility. Now, the facility is governed and built by the organization which is called European Spallation Source European Research Infrastructure Consortium. Now, you can see the aerial view of this place, which is close to Lund in Sweden. And so Sweden is one of the host countries hosting this infrastructure. The other host is co-host is Denmark with computer center in Copenhagen. So now this consortium consists of 13 participating countries: Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Norway, Poland, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and United Kingdom. I will briefly describe the history of this project. You can see a slide presented, in fact, in Krakow in year 2009. That was the last meeting of European Spallation Source Scandinavian, and the presentation presented by the chairman of this organization, Colin Carline, the former who became the first director of European Spallation Source, described here the different phases, the time schedule of this project. So as you can see, it was planned that all these preparatory steps will be completed in year 2012, then till 2018, the construction phase, and the completion phase, which means building instruments, which I will describe later. Then the operation phase was planned to start in 2026 and to last for 40 years. And then the last step is the decommissioning phase. Now the project, as we know now, is delayed because of different circumstances, including the Fukushima catastrophe or accident which changed the regulations concerning nuclear safety. So the project was readjusted to new, more stringent requirements by the regulators in Sweden. Then there was pandemia, and now the war in Ukraine, which also has an important impact on the project. So this, from the Polish perspective, the important step was a letter to the Minister of Science and Higher Education sent by representatives of Sweden. That was as I can see here, in 2009, inviting representatives of Poland to the steering committee of a newly formed organization. That was the company based on Swedish law, and in fact, two representatives were sent to this steering committee from Poland. Now, a few years later, in October 2014, there was foundation stone ceremony. You can see the chairman of the steering committee, Lars Börjesson from Sweden, at this ceremony, and I was honored to represent Poland. Poland had a part of this foundation stone ceremony. The number of our piece was 12 at this time. These pieces of the foundation stone was placed by representatives of both members and observers. And as you can see, later on, when the organization became ERIC, that was 13 members left. But before that, ESS was put on the Polish government roadmap of research infrastructure in Europe, a research area. And you can see here the application, which was submitted by the Institute of Nuclear Physics, Polish Academy of Science, on behalf of the consortium called Neutrony dla Polskiej Nauki. This consortium has 21 members, and in fact, this project was approved, and then in 2011, and then again, ESS was put on the Polish roadmap of research in infrastructure in 2015, and it's continued up to now and financed, which is even more important. The next important step was in July 2015, when this company, ESS AB, based on Swedish law, was transformed into ERIC. This was a painful process and took a lot of effort. And here again, it's a nomination of two representatives of Poland, Mateusz Gaczyński, who is the vice director of one of the departments of Ministry of now Education and Science, and me. And this way, Poland become the member of ERIC organization. Now, ESS is one of the largest research infrastructure projects in Europe. It is the state-of-the-art facility, which will unlock the secrets of materials at the atomic level. Now, the construction of this project, expressed in the prices of 2013, when it was approved by European Union, is 1,843,000,000 euros. So, taking into account known phenomena, which at nice times were called escalation and now are termed inflation, is roughly speaking about 2 billion euros. Now, including the completion of the project, it becomes about 3 billion euro. So what one can get for such a amount of money. Well, the aim, as described by ESS itself, is to see the smallest objects, and to do this, to achieve this, we must design the largest machine. ESS will enable breakthrough experiments and bring research opportunities that we cannot yet imagine. That's a first statement. In fact, it's a discovery infrastructure, because the flux of neutrons produced by this infrastructure will be more or less 100 times, 2 orders of magnitude larger than available at the existing centers, neutron study centers. So the problems which can be solved using this infrastructure are the most important global challenges, like climate emergencies, pandemics, clean growth, and this require development of new materials. And in order to design new materials, one has to understand the structure at the atomic, on a molecular level. In order to achieve this, one has to combine different research infrastructure, different research tools. So neutrons are sensitive to the atomic number because they interact with the matter via nuclear forces. And roughly speaking, these nuclear forces, the strength of the coupling is proportional to the atomic number. It's quite different than for photons, for electromagnetic interactions studied at other centers, like for example, synchrotron centers, where the electromagnetic interaction couples to the electric charge. One also needs computers in order to solve the puzzle of the underlying structure. So, as the SS says, these complex problems require many scientific and technological developments beyond the state of the art to bring detailed understanding from the scale of atoms to the scale of a device. You can see the central part, the target of this center, and you can appreciate the huge size of this construction. Now, the most essential part of the infrastructure will be a set of 15 instruments, 15 measurement lines which are constructed by different collaborations all over Europe. Of course, the spallation source consists of 3 parts. One is the accelerator, linear accelerator of protons, which will provide the power of about 2 megawatt deposited on a target. And the target has to survive under these extreme conditions. But what comes out are neutrons, and the neutrons are used in this experimental lines in order to study the problems which are posed by researchers. So this is the aerial view in 2018, that this center was built in Greenfield. Then the building, main building was completed. This is what the campus looked in January 2021. At the end of 2021, the complex was, as far as conventional facilities was completed. And now we are in the phase of completion of all these components of the infrastructure. In particular, Polish institutions are contributing to the construction of the linear accelerator. And this contribution, which from Poland, which is about 2% of the construction cost, is in about 80% so-called in-kind contribution provided by a few research institutions in Poland. Institute of Nuclear Physics in Krakow, Nuclear Center for NCBJ, which is Nuclear Center for Nuclear Research at Świerk, Technical University of Warsaw, Łódź, and Wrocław. These are the main players from Poland, and we hope that the European spallation source will be completed by the end of the year 2027. This is due to all the problems which the construction encountered. I already said about two of them, which is the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed down the progress. And now what the construction, what the project is facing is the dramatic increase of prices for all kind of materials, construction, for the construction and the services. Now, to complete my presentation, I will comment on the implementation of open science principles to the project of European spallation source. Well, first, publications and dissemination of scientific results, research results. This is fairly simple. It is, as I said, a discovery infrastructure. A discovery must result from the fact that we see phenomena which in a measurement time which is, say, 100 times shorter. So in other words, instead of a year, we can measure required, we can perform required experiment within 3 or 4 days. This is a dramatic difference. There are events which are which cannot be seen, which cannot be discovered elsewhere. Also, this set of experimental lines is at the cutting edge of technology and development of technique of for neutron scattering. So this new set of experimental lines will also play an extremely important role in uncovering new phenomena and understanding better nature. So the publications, there is no doubt, will be published in best possible journals, because this will be, at least many of them, will be simply describing discoveries, maybe even breakthrough discoveries. Now, the second aspect of open science, which is open access to the data sets, is more subtle. Namely, well, in principle, there is no obstacle, there is no reason not to make this data set available for other researchers. Perhaps the only problem is that in order to produce these data sets, research institutions involved and the countries involved in the project have to pay a lot of money. And of course, it is quite natural that they expect to profit from these expenditures. So certainly there will be preferences for the researchers from the countries and the institutions involved in the project. Of course, there will be a part of time at different instruments lines, which will be for the best quality, most promising proposals from outside. But this will be limited, and in fact, the preferences will be for the member states. This is regulated by the statutes, which were approved by European Union, and it is probably impossible to change these statutes. So there will be some problem to implement open access to the data sets in a, so to say, straightforward way. There is another aspect which I believe it's not, perhaps not quite well appreciated by some researchers in different areas. Well, the data sets are not the sets of data just collected. They have to be reprocessed. I already mentioned that, for example, the study of structure using neutrons have to be combined with studies at different places using photons, and also some modeling using molecular dynamics, for example, in order to solve the puzzle of the structure of the object, or how it's built. So these data, as we sometimes call it, raw data, that's terminology taken from the high energy physics, that is my environment. These raw data are of no use for a bystander or for a pedestrian, because in order to analyze this data, one needs a very specialized tools. For example, if one searches for the Higgs particle, one has to select one event out of 10 to 12 events. This is by no means trivial, and without a very specialized method, it's simply impossible. So the issue of open access to the data sets is easy, but it depends on the problem one is studying. Sometimes it is simply a use of statistical tools in order to analyze such a data sets. But in many times, it is much more subtle. And when implementing the ideas of open science, one clearly has to take this into account. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. So I'm afraid that we cannot take questions really, because we exceeded the time meant for presentation by several good minutes. And I would also like to apologize for misspelling your surname. Very sorry for that. And one more time, thank you for showing us this interesting use case. Hoping to hear more in the next meetings of the tripartite events. So our next guest is Andrzej Zemła from Cyfronet in Krakow, and he's here with us. So I will just give him the microphone and let him speak about Polish grid infrastructure, PL grid.
Thank you, Oksana. My name is Andrzej Zemła. I'm the manager of the operational center and department in ACC Cyfronet AGH. And I will briefly introduce you to the PL grid infrastructure and its possibility and and how it can help to provide EOSC for Polish scientific society or Polish scientific society to EOSC. First, the briefly historical overview. So the PL grid consortium has been established in 2007 under an agreement between the top 5 largest Polish HPC centers in order to build and manage distributed computing infrastructure for science. Most of them were mentioned today and yesterday. There is WCSS, PCSS, CI Task and ISEM, and also there is an NCBJ, the National Center for Nuclear Research in Świerk, which joined to the consortium 4 years ago. So now this consortium has all 6 the biggest HPC centers in Poland. And this consortium has implemented many projects since past 12 years. The first of it was the Polish infrastructure for supporting computational science in the European research space Belgrade. This was the first project of this consortium, and it started in 2009 and ended in 2012. And all core ideas were implemented there. The next projects were domain-oriented services and resources of Polish infrastructures for supporting computational science for the European research space, and the new generation domain-specific services in the Belgrade infrastructure for the Polish science. So those 2 projects ended in 2015. And those effect was especially the domain-oriented services, which, in my opinion, are some kind of so very similar to the EOSC idea, and it was provided by the Belgrade Consortium 7 years ago. And now the last 2 projects are still ongoing. The first one is the National Supercomputing Infrastructure for Euro HPC. And the national competence centers that you are all, I guess, very familiar with them. So what is this Belgrade infrastructure? It is just simply the resources for the scientific community, and it provides the computing resources, cloud resources, storage, scientific applications, and also some cooperation tools for the science community. And as I said previously, there are many HPC resources integrated with Belgrade. Most of you are familiar with that, but I would like to point that 2 new machines were added last few months to this infrastructure, which is Ares and Athena in SafeRonet. And also, which is very interesting, that the Lumi resources, which is the biggest supercomputer in Europe, are also available from Belgrade infrastructure for Polish scientists. What is the gain, in fact, of such kind of federated infrastructure? And what is the problem? The problem is that since there are multiple resources, there is need to have one single point of interaction, which is in fact the IDP service and users portal, where the Polish scientist can just create an account, and then he can gain access to all the resources I have shown previously. So this is one of the main achievements of this project, that in one place you can access all these resources, and also you can manage your profile, you can apply for the services, manage your scientific team, and many other features. Also, there is a platform for resource allocations where you can apply for the access to these resources. And this platform has been completely rebuilt since there are many new problems and goals we want to address, because we want this platform to be very easily that it could be very easily integrated with any other infrastructures in Poland, and maybe even in EOSC, and so on. So we decided to rebuild it from the beginning, and this is the result of our work. And also it will be still developed in the next few months, that we are thinking about integrating the resources from the quantum computing resources and other Euro HPC systems, and maybe some systems from the other projects. Also, there is a common tool, which is the help desk service, that all users can gain help from our specialists for each data center which they are using. And now, what is very interesting and those are numbers. The project is running has been running since 2010 in production. So this is the 2010 is the year when the users could really use this infrastructure. And since then, we have registered more than 10,000 active users, which are working at 83 Polish universities. Also, we have users from 35 Polish Academy of Science members and institutes. Also, what you can see at this chart is that since 2016, the slope is linear, and this infrastructure is still living, and all the time the new users are coming. And also on the next chart, the bottom chart, it shows how many computational grants are active during each month. So we can see here that since 2019, at least 400 computational grants are applied to this infrastructure each month. And since the beginning of the infrastructure, there was at least 2,500 completed computational grants. And also there was at least 4,000 publications that was creating thanks to this infrastructure. And of course, this number of publication is much higher, but not all users are fair for us and make some acknowledgements and that are the acknowledgements in these publications. So those numbers, I guess, speaks for themselves that this infrastructure is quite a big success. And so what about Pellegit infrastructure and what about EOSC? Where is this common point? So since the Pellegit infrastructure is there are years of experience, there are competences, there is access to all the best HPC systems in Poland and now in Europe. There will be in this Euro HPC PL project, there will be access to the quantum computers. We believe that it happen to the end of the next year. Also, we have a plan to integrate with EduGain to make the access for Polish scientists much easier. Also, and this will happen to the end of this year. And next year, we are planning to integrate with Pioneer ID. And then, in fact, each Polish researcher will get access to this infrastructure in a few seconds. And this is what I saw previously, that this infrastructure has users, which is very important because this is what I have seen for the last years. There are many very interesting projects, but there is hard to find. This problem was discussed, I guess, yesterday, how to show this scientific community that they have such tools, such opportunities, and that they use them to improve their research work. And I guess that if we try to implement EOSC around the Pellegit infrastructure, it might be successful from the early beginning. And that's why we are thinking how to provide some services or some integrations with EOSC in general. And also, there is a project on the Polish roadmap of research infrastructure, which is called National Cloud Infrastructure Pellegit for EOSC. Unfortunately, it doesn't have funding yet, but it will, if we get funding for this, this will allow to build very professional and federated cloud computing services for EOSC. It would allow also make available large-scale data processing, also so create policies for fair data for computer and science data sets, and other core ideas that are related to EOSC. So we would like to make the common infrastructure, this Belgrade infrastructure is some kind of common infrastructure which is exposed to EOSC. So at the end, there is, I have a little example how, for now, ACC Cyfronet is active in EOSC. He is a part, since a few months, he is a partner in the Grapevine project, and we are providing HPC resources to calculate and evaluate meteorological complex models and to train the machine learning models. And this project is going to join to the EOSC in the February next year. So this is some kind of example how the HPC centers, in cooperation with other projects, can improve open science. So thank you.
Thank you a lot, Andrzej. Sergio, do you want to ask the first question?
Yes. Thank you, Andrzej, for the presentation, and very always interesting to see how the PL grid is evolving in terms of infrastructure assets. And I was wondering, in the context of the EOSC versus national users, if you can explain some considerations about how do you plan to, what will be the policies for access from Polish users versus users from abroad that could come either through the EOSC portal or through other channels?
Well, for the Polish users, everything is simple because Polish user can use every resource that we have in our portfolio. For the abroad users, there's a problem because since the resources which we have integrated sometimes comes from the different project which has their own policies and terms, and there are some problems with there are some policies that this part of this supercomputer cannot be used by abroad. Yeah.
Because it was funded with the national money, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so we don't want to close for the abroad researchers, but they won't be able to use all resources that we could offer them. But there is a case that if there is a research team where they are cooperating with Polish researcher, so they can also use those resources since this is also count as a Polish part of science.
So it would apply to the communities, right? If Poland is a part of a larger community like Maciek here, who will very soon show us the Clarin site, the Polish site of Clarin, sorry. So this would be the use case that allows Clarin as a whole to use our resources, because Maciek from Wrocław is a part of Clarin, right? No, it's a question for you, Andrzej. Yeah. So Maciek being part of Clarin, is he the inside man that would allow right now whole Clarin community to use PL Grid resources?
Yes, but we should of course discuss about this. But as Clarin is the Wrocław project, and Wrocław is also in the PL Grid infrastructure, so we are very close to it. And it also, but of course, everything is in details and all these policies, and we have to just read it carefully and see if it's possible.
We have another question from the audience here, but Sergio, go first. And
yeah, just to complete my question, through this resource allocation tool that you redeveloped, do you plan to embed these policies? Let's say that there can be some automatic decisions, or it will be based still on negotiation, based on talking to people and.
This is based on negotiation. So you don't get everything you want. You will get as much as we decide you should. Because now energy is very expensive, and the researcher can use as much resources as you can give them.
Yeah. That's very important for sources like computing. Yes.
So, hello, good afternoon. I'm taking the chair of Roxana for a minute. I have one question. So, how do you describe a transition from grid to cloud?
Well, the Pale Grid name is the historical one. In fact, we don't use the grid anymore, but we haven't changed it. And in fact, it is completely different technology, and the goals of one or the another are completely different. And the user decides what kind of technology he wants to use. And now he requires more cloud resources. He wants the HPC batch access. But grid nowadays is not as popular as it was 12 or 15 years ago.
So from the service perspective, is the access of the service of the grid service, is it the same as it is in the cloud? I mean, is the technology so totally different that it's not even worthwhile to ask that question?
Well, as it was mentioned, we can integrate with any kind of resources which are available and just give an access to the user. So it depends on him, what is he going to use and what he needs.
Okay.
Yeah, I can, if you want, I can add to this. I was born in this community at the grid time, so I knowledge. At least there are two things. Maybe the vision of the concept of grid computing was taken from the concept of power grid, where the idea was that you plug your socket, you get electricity, and then you don't care for where it comes. The same, you get the computing, you don't care. Then, because at that time, when a grid computing paradigm was created, only, let's say, virtual machine popular for batch computing.
Could you repeat?
Because with the service HTC. But in the end, it's like now you have cloud virtualization. At the end, it's a federation of distributed capacity. If it's HTC or cloud or HPC, it's a metaphor for, say, capacity in the cloud in a way. So that would be my view. So it's a change of technology, but okay, still the.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. But I'm giving back the chair.
Thank you. But Raimundas and Pale Grid, the user perspective of the access, because that's how I understood your question, it's pretty uniform. You use your login, either way you are using the SSH or the portal integrated with SSH for the computing node itself, but when you want to use the cloud, you also are using your credentials in a UI kind of user-friendly and kind in a because it was delivered by the same, let's say, developer group. So the access to the both HTC or the grid or the cloud from the user perspective is similar, the user journey for it. And my last question to you, Andrzej, regarding, if you can answer that, regarding the capacity because I know that Pale Grid is in fact having a pretty good accounting system working, and the capacity management can be undertaken because of that fact. So do we have resources that would be available in theory? Because we see that the computing machines are there not being used, so the capacity of the Polish research is not using every resources that we have, or it's tight out there?
Well, the chart with the number of projects which are active per month exactly shows when our capacity was just exceeded. since 3 years ago, all our machines or resources, which are, because not all machines are in the Pale Grid, because there are some part of machine, for example, from Wrocław, only some percent of machine is available for Pale Grid users. But since 3 years, our capacity is completely exhausted, and now that's why what I mentioned, that we have integrated 2 new machines with Pale Grid, and now I believe that we will see some kind of quick growth of number of users, number of projects, and also the number of resources which are utilized.
Using this this invitation for Clarion, we are very happy to hear. I would like to ask about some specific type of using computing resources that is in humanities and social sciences, that we have quite small computing task of our users on relatively small data. However, the models that are used for processing are very large, like a couple of dozens of gigabytes. And how does this type of processing fit to the supercomputing cloud?
Well, first of all, such kind of problem. Okay, I'm not an expert in this matter, but I would run this on the HPC machine, not cloud machine, and because HPC is always more efficient. Cloud is very nice for the building some chains, some workflows, and so on, but for the some trainings and so on, since we have many machines, there are GPU accelerators. We have some little project where we are testing neuromorphical processors. So there will be some possibilities to first of all, we should show the full portfolio, what kind of resources are available, and then the user can decide if it fits for his needs or not.
Yeah, Maciej, but it's also important that we do offer some user support regarding especially for the larger use cases, regarding the technology that might be most suitable for the use case. Because Pale Grid right now supports computational needs for several services, so for several projects. For example, we've been also involved in a project for exposing Copernicus and other satellites data via public platform along with EMGW. And for example, our Pale Grid capacity served as the computational and processing power needed for the sake of making them public. But first, because as Mr. Jarzabek said, that we were starting with the raw data, and then to make it usable for the wider audience, we needed to make so-called products out of the raw data. And to deliver those products, the computational resources were needed. And we kind of created the infrastructure for the sake of this sake of this project. And with the bigger use case, this is rather the approach we are taking right now. So if there's something special needed for a use case, we'd rather make something tailored, and we have people who can support you in that.
And I would also add that there is a possibility that user who came first time to the Pale Grid, he can just access for the pilot project, and he gets access to the resources in an hour. So he can test this infrastructure if it fits for his needs.
The basic one, right?
Thank you.
All right, Sergio, do you have anything more to Andrzej? Thank you. So let's move to our next presenter. This will be Ms. Dr. Paweł Lubomirski and Michał Nowacki from Gdańsk University of Technology. That will cover the topic of the bridge of knowledge and challenges. And I have to admit, I have no idea what it stands for. ORD, storage and computing. So if you would be so kind to enlighten me with this acronym, I would be very grateful. And please, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for having us. the ORD is open research data. We thought it's more popular, and well, nice to know that we need to work on this. Maybe when we start talking about our experiences with sharing the knowledge, taking part in open science movement, I think it's better to start with our Bridge of Knowledge portal that brought us many experiences that we then used in the project that allowed us to share open research data. Our platform concentrates on researchers. Most of data comes from our internal systems or internal systems of the institutions that take part in this project. Therefore, the researcher just has the ability to add information about himself, about the research fields that he covers. The photo is also an important factor, as we've learned. But the portal allows the researchers to introduce themselves in public, to inform other users, other researchers, or even the society about the publications, about the projects that he's involved in or will be involved in. And well, one of the parts of the project is being flexible, because as and the researchers are individualist. So we've made some part of the portal, let's say, strict, and a lot of parts to personalize. And as you can see, it's widely used by the users. We started with sharing articles in open access, and we share more than 9,200 open articles, and some of them are quite high impact articles, as you can see. What's important in our today's topic, that this 9,000 articles sum up in 50 gigabytes of storage space. And when we move further, we will see that this is a drop in the lake, as when we start talking about the open data sets, open research data. But to cover the other functionalities of exchanging knowledge, we also have a journals catalog that have reached with model, with the policies of many Polish journals are unique. So in our ecosystem, we provide services for our researchers, such as bridge of journals and bridge of events, that allow them to do the science, as we like, with easy utilities. But the most important experiences that we want to share with you is experiences with providing the open research data repository to our researchers. The repository was developed by our university together with CA Task, that was and still is responsible. all the researchers taking part in the in this project,
I'm so sorry,
they gave
gentlemen.
us
You
feedback
were lost for a
throughout
minute there.
the
So if you
project
can start
that
from
allowed
the
us
beginning.
to make the repository as user friendly as we could. So the features is rich metadata description. Well, we're basing on we're basing on the schema from data side because our repository is a multidisciplinary repository. So we implemented basic attributes. We also put a big emphasis on searchability of the data, findability. So the fair data principles were very important to us at every stage and every step of this project. Each dataset, of course, is described with digital object identifier. Dataset also has the identifier. We also allowed our users to group our datasets in series, and not to mistake the series with versions, because series some into the specific data set and allow users to group them in looking for some information. He can easily discover other datasets combined with the one he discovered. Moreover, the licensing model is very important to us, because once the dataset is accessed, it's very important that the researcher gets precise information how can he use the dataset that he has found, and we're basing on a Creative Commons licensing. But when a researcher or a research team thinks that he needs to use more accurate license, he can use one prepared by himself by uploading the terms of the license, and that was difficult to our researchers. But thanks to our competence center, Open Science Competence Center, the data stewards were very helpful, and they were led by the hand of the researchers. Therefore, we finished the project with more than 120 bytes of 20,000 of data set repository. So this is one of the biggest institutional repositories in our country. And we like the poll presentation that each resource can be described as an object. We did the same at our portal. Therefore, you can connect each publication, each research data with project, with scripts, with disciplines, with infrastructure, scientific infrastructure, and therefore the discoverability resource there, because there the user, but also the automated crawlers, because we put big emphasis on making the data readable to computers, because as we believe that the data is important to be shared, but it's very maybe important to be findable and and reused. So the interoperability that we've built, these are just some of the services that we connect with, either by importing sharing the data with them. We also an ORCID ID authentication, and we take the person the digital object identifier from data side, and one of the things that we plan to continuously develop in the near and further future. What we've came with experiences from this project is that storing data sets, it's not the same as storing it's easy to share or even download the paper and to one. Not always the same case when we're talking about data sets that that in size are more than 5-7 gigabytes of data, or even we have some data sets that are larger than 100 gigabytes of data. Researchers to cover such data sets. That's why we believe that there's an important role in creating the data center hubs for storage for such a large amount of data sets. And usually when there's the facility that's capable of handling such a great number of, it's also connected the very fast internet connection, and the bandwidth is also very crucial when we're talking about downloading the large data sets. We need not always it's the right step to go, because the proximity to the computer power limits the transport costs, because when we had this experiences with our CA task partner, that when users are open research data that are stored in our repository, and they can use it directly to the supercomputer. Well, that dramatically lowers the costs of the transport and the local storage. So this is how we see the future of big IT centers in open science movement in Poland. Okay, so there's also a great data center that is coming to life in near future, and facilities and data centers in Europe, and this is also.
I am so sorry. Can you hear me? Because we are hearing you. I'm so sorry, but the connection is getting worse and worse from your presentation, and it's hard to understand anything right now. So I would ask you if maybe you can try to tell us something, and let's try it this way. You switched off the camera. Okay, let's try one more time. Can we go back to the slides?
At which point should we continue?
No,
Which slide
just
was the one when we?
The one about a new building. It's okay. Yeah. We don't have you. We don't have the audio at all.
Sorry. I'll try to reconnect, okay?
All right. Sorry for this technical problem. So we are very much...
Hey, just checking, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, now it's much better. Thank you. Let's try it one more time.
So, I think that I will say that for the first time, but it's very important to say this, that we believe that storing the open data for longer periods of time, and we are talking about decades, because our policy, at our repository is that when we take the dataset to the deposition, we are talking about at least 10 years of storage, and it's not always a simple text file. We are talking sometimes about large data sets. So the security of storage, and security meaning, of course, the copies of the data and the power management and things like that is very, very important, because you rarely have the ability to securely store the same data sets, large data sets, in many facilities at once. So therefore, we believe that the storage and security of it is a key factor. Another factor is that unified rules and reliability can be done through certification. And one of, I think, the most popular and significant ones is the Core Trust Seal certification. And well, it's not an easy process to gain this certificate, but we are at the last step of review. And well, we think that this certification process should be done in terms of an IT hardware also, just to make sure that the data sets that we are storing in for future generations are secured. Well, this is just an example of what can be done with the data, with automated processing. But we also believe that visualization of data is very important, well, in terms of understanding the data. So we took some data sets from Medical University of Gdańsk, and we asked pathologists to describe them, and then we enabled by the digital pathology platform to view the data, view the description of the data, and this mostly is for promoting science towards society, and also for enhanced learning for students, and also for other researchers. And this proof of concept is also gaining popularity in our project. And as I said, what's important is not only opening the data or securely storing the data, but also making the data visible and we believe that we've made a good part of our jobs in this part, because our Bridge of Portal is visited yearly by 500,000 of users, and a significant part of them are coming from abroad. That is also something we need to remember when building facilities for science, because the very common thing to do is creating new platforms, creating new tools that, I think it was Maciej that said that, they are not easy to discover by the scientists across country or across Europe. So thank you for attention. Once again, thank you for having us. And if you have any questions, we are happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Paweł and Michał. Considering the time, we prefer to move to the next speaker. We really thank for your contribution and explaining about this portal and the services connected, which is powerful, I would say. And we will note down some questions in the shared doc for our last speaker of the day, Maciej Piasecki from the Wrocław University of Science and Technology, and he will give a presentation about Clarin, an open language technology research infrastructure for SSH cluster.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing me. Oh, I have my presentation on the screen. So without any further ado, I would like to start. Here I'm representing also Clarin Poland and Clarin Eric here, especially as I'm a chair of a board which is called National Coordinators Forum, which is the board of national coordinators in Clarin. So in these two roles, Polish and European, I'm here. So I would like to share with you some highlights about the Clarin and its position, place in the EOSC cooperation, but also some kind of remarks on our observation conclusions that are drawn from the cooperation so far. So I would like to introduce Clarin Eric, and then to tell you, but already Tomasz said a lot about Clarin involvement, so only some short remarks about Clarin involvement in EOSC, and also I would like to show you the path from the top of EOSC, I would say, current EOSC construction, down through EOSC SSH open cluster, with Clarin language technology very much being involved in this, and through Clarin distributed infrastructure of language technology centers to focus on the Polish Clarin center, which is a rich source of application tools and resources for SSH, as I will try to show you. And finally, I would like to conclude with some remarks on a kind of bottom-up collaboration that can be very, very fruitful in bringing large-scale distributed research environment to SSH research community through EOSC. So Clarin is research infrastructure, is Eric, so is European Research Infrastructure Consortium. It was established in 2012 as one of the very first. There were 6 countries founding Clarin, and Poland was one of them. Poland is a founding member. Now Clarin is encompasses almost most of Europe. Spain is on a very good path to join Clarin. Switzerland is interested. We used to have France as observer, not anymore, unfortunately, but we have some partners from outside of Europe, like South Africa, and some institutional cooperation with United States and maybe possibly with further spreading of Clarin idea of building research infrastructure for humanities and social sciences. As Clarin as a distributed infrastructure, we don't have such nice construction in Lund, but Lund is one of our centers in a distributed network. So we have now more than 60 centers, including 25 certified data centers, technological centers, which are that form the backbone of the infrastructure. Clarin, from the very beginning, was promoting open science before even FERN was introduced as a term. So from the very beginning, we also put this into requirements for member countries, that such things like federated login, central metadata harvesting based on common metadata standard, chained services, language data supported in written, spoken, video, multimodal form, and especially Clarin promoted openness. We always kept saying that open license was simplest to be used for many different reasons. Nowadays, Clarin also provides advanced tools for discovering, exploring, exploiting, annotating, analyzing, combining data sets. Clarin is a member of EOSC Association since 2020, but we were involved in EOSC building even earlier, as I will show in a moment. A lot was said about SHOCK project and resulting from it SSH open clusters. I don't want to repeat too much, but I would like to just emphasize that Clarin has put a lot of efforts in building SSH open cluster, and you can find a lot of our applications tools already there in the SSH open cluster, and collaboration between different infrastructure in the area of social sciences and humanities is not only important, but we are just doing this. As you could notice at the end of the Tomasz presentation, that Clarin, CESDA and Dariach signed an agreement on further collaboration beyond the SSH project. So we are just doing this on a practical basis, and we perceive our role in SSH cluster in parallel to other cluster domain clusters that I think they're a good way for building EOSC, just for cooperation bottom up. And one a little bit old example, but I think there's a good introduction to the rest of the part of my presentation, that this slide comes from the EOSC launch that was a couple of years ago, and there were 6, if I remember correctly, showcases, and one of them was prepared by Clarin. And in this showcase, in some moment, you could see that some data are selected from repository, and after the clicking on the data, there was a list of services, and one of them called Switchboard. The full name is Language Resource Switchboard, or Language Switchboard, is one of central application of Clarin. And after selecting Switchboard is quite simple tool based on heuristics that can advise to you what kind of services you can run on the data file, selected data source. And after just consulting Switchboard, one of the application that was suggested for the data set being selected, which was a parliamentary court for a Polish parliament, and was due to the language, due to the nature of a format, metadata, our application from Clarin Poland, Websty, which is a web-based application for stylometry, was suggested, and the user could click and immediately upload the data to a Websty application. The Polish, here you can see the Polish interface because the data set was in Polish. However, Websty is application serving many different, 7, 8, if I remember correctly, and many more can be added. And this application allows you to, there are ready-to-use default settings that implement different research tasks that that was suggested by users, like authorship attributions, style analysis, and user can just select one of these default settings, but also can play with different parameters that refer to types of natural language processing, to some particular features. Later, after pressing one green button, our computing cluster in Wrocław processed the data, and then user could select visualization, type of visualization, and my colleagues are very keen on adding different types of visualization. Here is a simple heat map, but also different multi-dimensional scaling. And here's a problem of guiding user. What does mean multi-dimensional scaling? Because it's based on some moment on some random. So with when you repeat visualization, you get slightly different pictures. So that's just anecdote that we need to teach users how to use this kind of tool in research process. Here is another picture, which is from application, which is called Web Similarity, Web Similarity, web-based application for semantic analysis of clusters, semantic cluster being present in data. So there are there's a whole family of applications coming from our side. And you see the path from the top, EOSC down to our center. Yeah. Sorry, I just should mention. Yeah, here we can see just an example of processing press agency news according to several categories that are used by the Polish press agency. This is just a showcase to the user that our semantic-based clustering, different algorithm ready to use, and different visualization method are really working, but also is a nice case study to train our users about properties of visualization analysis of data. So this is why the slide is appeared here. So we have also a very nice application of topic analysis and comparing corpora and several others. So all these applications come from Clarin Poland, from Clarin PL. Obviously in Clarin Europe you can find many more. Clarin Poland was established unofficially in 2006 as a kind of joint collaboration of 6 partners. Then in 2012, Clarin Poland became a part of Clarin ERIC due to being a founding member, Poland as a country, obviously. And even earlier, during preparatory phase, we started working on building our Clarin PL Language Technology Center. Very shortly after we joined ERIC, our technology center received on that time data seal of approval. Now we have core trust seal we have for the last couple of years, so we continuously have a certified center, but also we, after every 2 years, we undergo quite tough certification, international certification of Clarin. So we have also Clarin B-type center certificate, so we adhere to different requirements of Clarin. As our own initiative, we started a couple of years ago Clarin Cloud for our researchers to store working data before they are uploaded to the repository in the final form. We also provide many language resources of Polish and other languages services application, but shortly I will tell more. And also we are the center of a knowledge center for Clarin, for language technology for Polish language. And this is a part of a Clarin network of knowledge centers for different languages, disciplines that offer free of charge, obviously, support for the users and relatively quick answer to different questions, problems. And the Clarin Consortium in Poland consists of 6 partners. And I think that's interesting for this forum is that the criterion that was used for selection of these 6 partners was just agreement on on a joint development of open technology, open language technology for Polish. We welcomed only those institutions in this institution that agreed on this basic principle that the whole research language technology for Polish should be open, because in 2003 the Polish language was very far on the far end of a queue for languages in Europe. And we hope that we believe that beneficiaries are all research units and researchers in Poland. And recently also we go beyond social sciences and humanities due to a new project called Clarin PLB, which is from European structural funds. And we expand our support for artificial intelligence in a broad sense, but also for commercial applications, obviously as a separate part. Shortly, because Clarin PL provides, it just implements and advocates open science. Everything is free. There are no fees. Obviously, there is no free lunch. So the main funder is the Ministry of Education and Science. We are very thankful for this, and it's a very good story of a continuous support on a very practical basis lasting for many years. And Clarin offers language resources like different kind of corpora, Polish, multilingual, lexical database, morphological, grammatical, semantic. We have the largest lexical semantic network, kind of dictionary, largest dictionary for Polish, linked to the largest dictionary for English, and a part of a very large network of link open data, everything for free. And we have a lot of basic language tools, research applications that I showed, and we provide direct support for researchers, teams, projects, individual researchers and students. We try to support the whole process from idea via problem definition, task, project application, and also direct support in conducting research, everything for free. Our center is now, after a couple of years, and continuously being run with very only short breaks due to some technical problems. But recently, these breaks are very rare. So we have a robust, efficient architecture of offering flexible orchestration of NLP processing pipelines, power processing, dynamic scaling according to the incoming requests, and we serve millions of requests per year. And so I think that the proof of quality, of usefulness of infrastructure is in users. So, for example, 3 years from the last reporting period, we had almost 200 teams, individual researchers directly supported by us on different levels, sometimes with a couple of person months involved of our work for them, obviously for free. We managed to identify more than 400 spontaneous users, because unfortunately many people don't cite properly. So we use all the different tricks in Google and different kinds of search in order to identify any single mentions that somebody used Clarin. We have a growing number of users for education. As I mentioned, we process millions of processing tasks per year. In 3 years, we processed 25 million of documents, but also more than 400,000 of Quo Vadises of text data. What is Quo Vadis? Is the amount of text that is included in a book Quo Vadis of Henryk Sienkiewicz, Nobel Prize winner. And here you can see the map of citations, but I think that the most interesting is the map of users with whom we directly cooperated. You can see there's a quite large number of different areas, disciplines, and this is a kind of soft skills that Clarin also can provide to EOSC. We have had already years of intensive cooperation with users, just searching for users, cooperating with them, asking for the dreams, scientific dreams, and so on. So Clarin Central offers meta repository with more than 1 million of records now. Meta repository is linked to 25 centers, federated content search, single place from which you can search across more than 100 corpora, including Polish, and language switchboard already mentioned for a kind of shortcut to tools application from one single place. Clarin ERIC services are linked to various EOSC initiatives already, and we are continuously present as a Clarin ERIC in Clarin Poland as a part of Clarin ERIC. And Clarin ERIC cooperation with other SSH infrastructure was already mentioned. And I think that the last comment that Clarin, I think that I'm not exaggerating. There's a kind of blueprint for bottom-up construction of EOSC via already implemented collaboration, and we can provide the richness and strength of Clarin to the level of EOSC. And yeah, we are proud that EOSC is to some extent powered by Clarin. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for this presentation. And let's start the question now. Sergio?
Yes, I would ask, I see Clarin as a very mature research infrastructure with very well-established pillars. I was wondering what else would you need to better serve the research community that you already engage with, either from the Polish domain, infrastructure or funders, or from the more European level EOSC? What else would make you support better research?
Yeah, the continuous problem is to equip users with better ability to find among many services, resources, what they need. Sometimes we have to resort to quite old-fashioned solutions, like, for example, seeing the problems in searching our very large repository, meta repository. For several research problems, we created manually curated lists of resources called resource families, and it appeared to be so successful innovation that now our list of resource families is growing with every year, one by one. We are thinking about in which good way to integrate this into our repository. Another, from a Polish perspective, but I think that the European, we are still in process of jointly, together with users, in developing what kind of research tools and applications are needed, how they should be built, constructed. User experience is also a challenge. Recently, also, our users are becoming more and more skillful and knowledgeable in terms of using tools based on artificial intelligence. So that's why we are experimenting with such solutions like different Jupyter notebooks, technology for supporting users in some kind of programming. But also, in Poland, we are experimenting with a model human in the loop that we want to empower users in a possibility to, starting with some small data, to in an iterative process to develop a better data source. Data sources are a big challenge. Very often users are coming to us with data sources that are not well suited for machine learning. This is the biggest challenge. Users are still not familiar, are not aware that data that are well annotated, coded, or tagged for the goals of manual research are not good starting point for machine learning. That's why we experiment with human in the loop, active learning. That's just a kind of training users how to, and also a big challenge is just to continuously being in close touch with users, just direct cooperation, different training workshops, not seminars, not conferences that you present and materials, but hands-on. This is very important.
Hands-on. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting. And Roxana, would you?
Well, to be honest, I had quite the same question because I wanted to ask, because we are now very close to end, a quick remark before. What we want to achieve is an open, in the end, sometime, we want to achieve an open science environment in Poland and in Europe and worldwide. But we don't want to do it for the sake of the open science. We want to do it because open science will facilitate better science in the end. So sometimes in parallel, we are working on open science, but also making the research activities better, enhancing it. So I also wanted to ask a question, because every panelist showed and presented what's good out there regarding supporting open science in Poland, but nobody has mentioned, and I was pretty surprised by it, what are the challenges and what are the missing parts that we still need to develop for the sake of open science and better research. So if you have anything to add with that regards, because in my opinion, you answered that question already, so please go. If yeah.
Yeah, I think that the practices and research workflows that are evolving, but are still, many of them are not, I have such impression, not discovered. Yeah. That just education is important, and emerging challenge is access to computational resources. And this is a big threat for open science.
From your perspective.
Not only because, computing power costs.
Yeah, that's true.
And this can be a quite strong limitation for application of modern methods based on artificial intelligence, because, for example, one single language model can have a couple of hundreds of gigabytes.
You heard about high energy physics and what amount of computational power they can use.
I know, but from the perspective that you have a few books that you want to process, and the language model is enormously larger, and it generates costs and so on. So, for example, recently we cannot make available on our computing cluster, that is obviously getting old, unfortunately, but we cannot make available our newest tools, because they are require too extensive computation.
Probably that's the aim of EOSC. So sometime in the future, you should be able to use bigger computational resources out there that would be capable of hosting you or giving you computational power for the sake of your algorithms and processing needs. So that's the final goal. And I really like the remark about the workflows, that some of them we still don't even know. Yeah. But what is more, we are currently working on enhancements in the future research cycle, and the workflows need to evolve with that, with the new technologies, with the new possibilities. But at the same time, the new technologies must include the research workflows as they are right now. So it's one maybe it's a Polish specific thing, but in Poland, problem of communication. In the case of people, of researchers from linguistic, from domain, from literary studies, and everything connected to language, it's easy because we have one mailing list. We send a message and everyone knows. But in the case of social sciences, it's a very difficult situation. There's no single communication channel I think
to reach
one
people.
Of the problems that all
it's really something strange. I don't know what is in. We tried everything we could. Now we have a database of hundreds of emails. We are sending hundreds of emails, but it's still. We see that we cannot reach.
One of the problems is that these people who are included in that mailing list have many other channels that they are receiving information.
But we are trying. We investigate it. We have a lot of inquirers. We try to discover these hidden channels of communication. Yeah.
Okay, so my last question, the same I've asked, or Sergio asked Andrzej. How open are you? Are you open to other communities, are you open only to social sciences or all of them? And are you open to all countries? And if answers are yes, how did you do that?
In the case in Clarin, we have a policy that is everything is open to to everyone practically over open resources. There is someone in the back of the head thinking that we have a distributed authentication, so we know who is coming from which country, and in some moment maybe we'll have to close some services only to Clarin members, especially I think in the case of computation cost. This could force us to do this, but mostly Clarin was based on the idea of open language technology, so it's almost everything, in the case of Poland, everything is open. In the case of other countries, there are different, I would say, national flavors. So some are more open, some are less open. Polish resources are completely tools, resources, code, software, everything is open.
Okay, so
and also we weren't enclosed only to SSH, but from the very beginning we were happy that we can help anyone who is interested in application of Polish language technology, even including commercial part.
That's what I've heard that I've asked. So I understand that how you handled it, that from the very beginning you wanted to be as open as possible, so you implemented the policies that are according to this assumption, but right now you are facing the situation where the capacity, especially of the computing resources that are connected to money, is close to the very being sucked out by the people interested in it. So that's the reason for which you think about giving more restricted access or maybe priorities, because it doesn't need to be about restricting access. It might be about the right prioritization, that the members have the first priority and the rest lower.
So far, we keep our modest-sized computing cluster running over time for everyone who wants to use it for free. But the capacity of this cluster is a limit, and it's gradually being exhausted. And now with this big new project, there will be new equipment in the Wrocław Supercomputing Center, and then will be, concerning the price of energy recently, will be some, we'll need to think about how to cover the cost of running as part of this supercomputer for the needs of SSH and beyond. So this will be challenging. And our attitude for openness is because our mission is to provide language technology for Polish. That was, it's, it's not the most popular language in the world. It's not in the interest of big companies. And if we don't support Polish, who else can do this? So we are happy that there are better services for Polish independently, whether they are research or commercial. Also, it's good to see Polish language supported with good commercial application as well. So this simplifies our situation. We just serve the Polish language.
That's true. Okay, thank you. I think we will be ending right now because we are already half an hour late or past our due time. So thank you very much. Thank you, Sergio. And I would like to remind you all that we have a Google Doc. And as I looked several minutes ago, there was not a lot of input. So please share your thoughts, share your questions, and we will try to answer. Every of the panelists will try to answer the questions or remarks that will appear there. And after the festival ends, we will distribute the document among everyone interested. And now I would like to give the floor to Natalia.
Don't leave me. You can stay with me here. So thank you very much for this excellent session. I have to thank you all for your great contribution and presenting the richness of Polish infrastructure, Polish and European. It's a mixture, but I think the first idea of mine was that we need really a post-conference, post-festival publication. I mean, as you said, because in fact, to Roxana's question, I would exactly answer it as Maciej. I would say that what we need is the awareness, and the awareness will bring the users, and if we have users or we want to have users, we need skills. So it's all interconnected, but we all need to start, like with open science, from awareness. The same is with infrastructure. We need to be aware that infrastructure is out there. Because I know that the kind of our communities, yes, we have data steward community that works separately. We have infrastructure community that works separately, but we need to interconnect, because only then it will work all together for open science. So that's my impression. So I am really proud, and I am very pleased and thankful for having here during this session the leading institutions in Poland presenting their richness. So that's the first step in this process of broadening the awareness and using the infrastructure by those who still don't know how to do it. I think the answers will be also given tomorrow during our skills and competences, because what we need is the awareness of so-called, let's say, gatekeepers. Who are the gatekeepers at the universities? These are those people who have access to researchers. And in case of EOSC and open data, this will be the data stewards, data librarians, data curators, and open access, open science coordinators. In fact, those are people who impact the university level, because it's them who facilitate the upskilling process, the continuing education process, people who can propose themselves the trainings, or who can propose to outsource the training. Let's say come to you and say, please, could you organize the training for our humanity faculty, yes? And it would be excellent, because, you know, if the data stewards know about you, the researchers will also know about you. In this sense, they are the intermediaries. So I can see here some kind of gap or a need for another collaboration. So once it is a skilling or upskilling the researchers, making their awareness, but also to support your efforts. As you said, you sent a lot of emails. I think, you know, the data stewards or people in charge of open science at the university level, I think they can be helpful in facilitating this process. So that's the one thing that came up to my mind. Obviously, the publication, post-festival publication is another one, and hopefully it will be also a part of our new website, the EOSC Poland, and then I hope for linking this website and this publication with open science websites of the universities, because a lot of universities and libraries already have their websites. So, you know, just to make a good use of it, because, you know, not everyone will quickly find out about EOSC Poland website, but they have their own websites at the home universities, and they visit it. Also for the good sake of their publications or preparing data management plans. And if they go there and find something interesting, maybe they will just click it, and this way they will find out. So I'm just, you know, I was brainstorming while you were having presentations and discussion, and I'm really grateful, because it also opened some new fields for actions, I would say. That was one of my ideas, and also about again, you know, the infrastructure is very often discipline specific. So that's why we have to think about discipline-specific data stewards who will know, or coordinators of open science who will know how to guide the researchers in this sense, and support researchers in this sense. And last but not least, I think there was something very important that also Professor Jerzabek said about the ownership of the infrastructure. And I think it came up also with Andrzej and with Maciej, that in case of the infrastructure that is funded by the public funds, yes, from the taxpayer money, if it is European Commission and European Union budget, that is obvious that it belongs to all of us. But if it is a consortium of European Commission and then the states, and I think Professor Jerzabek said that, you know, the states would like to keep, as they finance the infrastructure, they maybe would like to keep it for yourself. You provide also services for Polish users because it is funded from Polish public funds, yes? So now we come to the point. Now, if we should make the data open, how to decide? Is this particular data set belongs to European Commission public funds, or let's say the government of Sweden? Which one? Or the taxpayer of Sweden? That makes things a little bit complicated, right? From the legal perspective from the, I would say, from the perspective also of treating science as a public good. If science is a public good, then which public? European, state? So this is a good question also for the future, you know, how to solve the solution of infrastructure if it is combined, it is financed or funded in a combined way. But, you know, there were many more questions that came up to my mind, but we are quite late and I know that it's afternoon. So just let me remind you that tomorrow we will be once again, we will meet once again for 2 panels. The first one is skills and competences, which will be exactly about the questions that came up today, that has been launched, in fact, today. And the other one, tools and services, which will be also extremely interesting from the perspective of supporting the open science. So you are all very welcome. And for the moment, I would like to once again thank you all of the participants of the panel today for your contribution and really broadening the awareness and the horizons for open science in Poland, I think. So it's our next step. And obviously the next tripartite event will be the continuation of this topic, as I can imagine. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Thank you.